welcomes our registrar, sir. Thank you very much, sir and ma'am. Cybersecurity is important in the field of information technology. Securing the information have become one of the biggest challenges in the present day. Whenever we think about the cybersecurity, the first thing that comes to our mind is cybercrimes, which are increasing immensely day by day. Various governments and companies are taking many measures in order to prevent these cybercrimes. Besides various measures, cybersecurity is still a very big concern to many. So, in this short-term course, various attacks as well as security methods would be discussed, which have been evolved over the time due to the advancement in the technology by the various experts from the academia and industry. Now I invite our chief guest, Professor R.K. Garg, Director NIT Jalandhar, Registrar Dr. S.K. Mishra, and other dignitaries for lighting the lamp and taking the blessing of Ma Saraswati. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. To start with the formal inaugural address, I would like to call Dr. Geeta Sikka, coordinator of this course, to please share her views about the course.
So a very good morning to one and all. It's a great pleasure to be here today along with my colleagues, Professor A.L. Sangal, Head CSC, Dr. Harsh Verma and Dr. Renudhir, the ISEA coordinators, Dr. Sameveer and Dr. Aruna Malik, coordinators of this STC, to acknowledge and welcome none other than the Director of NIT Jalandhar, Professor R.K. Garg, who is the chief guest of today's program, the guest of honor, cum resource person of the event, Professor Lalit Kumar Avasthi, Director, NIT Hamirpur, Professor Dr. S.K. Mishra, Registrar, NIT Jalandhar, Deans and heads of the departments, faculty members of the Department of CSC and various other departments joining us on Meet, and all the participants joining us online. A very warm welcome in this chilly and foggy weather to this ISEA-II sponsored 5-day STC on cyber forensics and information security, which takes off today and concludes on December 20th. For this event, we received an overwhelming response with more than 500 plus participants. While we have 100 participants who could join us on Google Meet, The others are catching us live on YouTube. The department is gratified to Professor Garg for accepting the invitation to be the chief guest for the event and putting up his presence in the physical mode to encourage and motivate the participants. Also grateful to Professor Avasthi, who willingly acceded to our request and is joining us live from Hamirpur for this inaugural session. In a short while from now, we will have the opportunity to listen to his inaugural words, which will be followed by the expert talk. In the series of STCs by the department, wherein the previous were focused on specific dominions, this is the one planned on getting you the insights to the multiple upcoming areas in cyber forensics and information security, and from the best experts in the field to inspire and motivate the aspirant researchers, especially the newbies in the domain. In this cyber age, with the IoT ecosystems, hyper automation, digital acceleration, accelerated crowd adoption, and AI integration, the threat is everywhere. Every device connected to the internet is a potential target. For cybercrimes, by 2025, we are expected to have 2.7 billion devices connected on 5G. The stats are horrifying. The crime is changing shape, and the countermeasures to take ahead of the curve. It has evolved from its orthodox structure to a modern and more organized fraud as a service. We have nowadays malware as a service. We have ransomware as a service, and the frequency of the ransomware attacks has increased. Probably in every 11 seconds, we have a ransomware attack. And the highlights of the course will be focusing on information systems and security, the security threats, security crimes, the importance of digital forensics, issues in mobile forensics, the cyber laws to help the students and the teachers, and the aspects of ethical hacking like network security, web security, operating system and database security, and the more. So we have eminent speakers from all over. Professor Avasthi is going to join us. Then we have a talk by Professor S. Selva Kumar, who is the director of IIIT Una. We'll have Professor Sanjeev Sofat from PEC Chandigarh, Professor Ramakrishnan from NITTER Chandigarh, Professor Krishan Saluja from UIT Punjab Chandigarh University. We have Dr. Deepak Singh Tomar from MANIT Bhopal, and the more. So seeing this shifting face of society with technological drift, we feel it is our duty to prepare the society for the future, to face the brave new world ahead, to run this journey of marathons. So here we are to give you a kickstart, and hope you have an enjoyable and interesting 5 days. Where you have takeaways from this course? Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your kind words. Now I request Principal Investigator of ISEA project, Professor Harsh Kumar Verma, to share the significance and objective of the ISEA project.
Thank you, Aruna. Honorable Director, Professor R.K. Garg, Professor Lalita Avasthi, former Director of the Institute, Professor S.K. Mishra, Registrar of the Institute, Professor A.L. Sangal, Head of the Department, Madam Geeta Sika and Madam Renu Dheer, Samivir and Aruna, coordinators of the program. So this ISEA-II, Information Security Education and Awareness, is a project under the aegis of Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. And the main objective of this project was to train the manpower in the field of information security. And major objectives of these initiatives is to spread awareness to at least 25% of the internet users of the country. And information security is to be included as curriculum. And we have already included information security courses in our BTech and MTech programs. And then training through trainers in information security areas, targeting computer science teachers in schools and colleges through e-learning. Then another objective of this project is to conduct awareness workshops and short-term courses, even for legal and police services. And another objective was to create a multilingual portal and with online support and also a call center for information security. So the vision of the project is to generate information security awareness among Indian citizens to enable them to participate safely in information security society. So in the series of events, NIT conducted events under this project, and so many courses have already been conducted. And we have trained roughly in these last 5 years, roughly 1,033 participants under this project. And many short-term courses were conducted. Like in March only this year, we conducted a short-term course in cybersecurity and forensics. And earlier in August 2020, we conducted a short-term course on cyber safety. Then recent trends in information security in 2019, and so on and so forth. I hope this project has been, has enabled all of us to get training from reputed institutions. All the faculty members of the department have been trained in various reputed institutions like TIFR and ISE Bangalore and so on and so forth. So I welcome to the participants and various dignitaries to this short-term course. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for apprising us about the relevance of course. Now I request Professor Eyal Sengel, Head CSC, to say a few words about the CSC department.
Honorable Professor R.K. Garg, Director of the Institute, Honorable Professor Lalit Kumar Awasthi, our former Director and present Director of NIT Hamirpur, our dear Registrar Dr. S.K. Mishra ji, Professor Harsh Verma, Head Computer Center, Dr. Geeta Sikka, Dr. Renu Dheer, and Smayveer, and Aruna Malik, course coordinator of this program, dear participants, and faculty of my Computer Science and Engineering department and faculty of the institute. I welcome you to this course, which is very relevant and in need of the hour, being organized under this ISEA project, that is Information Security Education and Awareness Program, as rightly said by the chief investigator, that this project was started maybe more than 15 years ago by Government of India with the sole intent to increase the awareness about the security, information security, is very difficult. And by that time, if 10% or 1% of the population is cheated, then probably they are making their day. The fraud, the cheaters are making their day. So each and every individual has to be very, very particular how one is handling his personal devices. No, this is a resource. Your mobile, your email account, everything has to be very secured, and you cannot lower your guard for guarding these resources. So this is a step forward in the same direction which Government of India thought maybe 2 decades ago, to make aware each and every individual and conduct such programs. So in this series, in the same to achieve that mission, NIT Jalandhar is playing a very important role. Another aspect which I am supposed to discuss is about the department. We had a very humble beginning in 1990 with an intake of 40 students. And at present, we are having around 170 as an intake. So a long journey from 1990 to till 2021 is the 31st batch of the department. And I am really proud in sharing that during this journey, all faculty members of the department and head of the institutions and faculty from other departments, I would like to mention Professor R.K. Garg and myself joined only in a year's 1 year difference time. And we have seen the kind of cooperation coming from senior faculty members for developing and thinking well-being of the departments. I will be failing in my duties that certain administrators, I was one of them as a registrar quite long back, but we were unable to have the human resource which was created and recruited very nicely by the institute in the last 5 years. And we are on a path. We are all accredited programs. We have improved our NIRF ranking. So I congratulate, we are running AmTech, BTech, and PhD program full-time and part-time. So it's a big department having more than 60 research scholars at present. And still advertisement is coming for more research scholars. And we are 20 faculty members and waiting and equipped with the latest domain knowledge in their respective areas of specializations. So I welcome you all to this very well perceived program, which will be actually useful irrespective of the discipline. Of course, it will be useful to the IT department, computer science, and non-IT branches, but otherwise to the common layman, that how one has to conduct his daily routine affairs in a secured manner. With these words, I thank the dignitaries and the department, and especially the participants who have given a huge response to this course. We announced 1 day prior to that, only on 15th, 14th evening, and by 15th we had more than 360 participants registered in 1 hour. So that is the kind of reputation the NIT Jalandhar enjoys, and we thank all our mentors and colleagues for achieving these new heights. With these words, I welcome you for this 5 days program, and Dr. Geeta has shared with you the kind of expert we will be having in these 5 days. We have chosen very carefully the people, the top people in the discipline. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Now, I would like to invite Dr. S.K. Mishra, Registrar, NIT Jalandhar, to share his views.
A very good morning, Honorable Director Professor R.K. Garg, Head of Computer Science Professor L. Sangal, Coordinator of this program ISEA Professor Harsh Verma ji, Dr. Renu Dheer ji, Dr. Geeta Sikka, other faculty members, and today's expert, our ex-director Professor L.K. Awasthi ji. Very good morning and welcome you all. As today's topic itself tells about the security, it's involved means security. Security is not only the things that earlier were thinking only the security related to your own boundaries. Thinking about once you lock your room or your house, inside you are safe, and after locking your room or your gate, you are thinking you are safe. No one can enter into your house and steal anything. But in today's era, anyone can enter through net into your room, into your bed, into your cabinet, into your lockers, means bank locker, means your accounts in your mobile to hack all your data and get the information whatever you have and do the transaction online. Means without entering into your premises, they can steal your money. So such kind of security in today's time, we have to tackle how to tackle such kind of problems. As Dr. Geeta Sikka has mentioned, that different kind of security threats are there in the present scenario. As everything is now in online mode, everything is gone online. So nothing in our control. We can't control ourselves to move without moving into online mode. So we have to be online and through net. So for that, how we can aware ourselves that our data, our information can be protected. So though there is no threat of stealing any kind of information, even any kind of your money online. So we have with us lot of many experts in this field going to talk on this topic so that we should aware how to protect ourselves through this security threats, information security threats. Thank you very much for inviting me on this very prestigious STC. It's going to talk on this topic, forensic and information security. And I think all the students, participants is going to get something out of this 5 days program. I congratulate to the team who is organizing this STC, and thank you very much for inviting me. All the best for this organized program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor for me to introduce the chief guest of today's inaugural event, Professor Rajiv Kumar Garg, Director, NIT Jalandhar. Professor R.K. Garg obtained his MTech and PhD degree from Thapar University. Professor Garg also served as the Director of NIT Arunachal Pradesh. He is the Faculty of Industrial and Production Engineering and has contributed in various others academic and administrative positions of the institution for the last 25 years. He is Dean for Industry and International Affairs and also served as a member of Board of Governors. His interests include supply chain management, non-traditional machining, hybrid machining, welding, barcode machining, materials, and sustainability. He has to his credit of publishing many research papers in international journals and conferences, numerous copyrights, patents, research projects. Many PhD and MTech degree have been awarded under his guidance. Now I'd like to invite Professor R.K. Garg to share his words of wisdom.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Professor Lalit Kumar Awasthi, Director NIT Hamirpur, and also the former Director of NIT Jalandhar. It's nice to see you across the screen. Professor A.L. Sangal, Head of the Department, Professor Harsh Verma, Principal Investigator of the project, Dr. S.K. Mishra, Registrar, coordinators, faculty members of computer science, and the dear participants. I'm happy to see the big response to this short-term course. In spite of the hostile weather, I was told that around 350 participants have joined for this particular program. That's also in 1 hour, which shows a record breaking in itself. As a user of technology, I will say that information threats are very common these days with everybody, particularly in the banking sectors. In spite of all the SMS or informations given by the bankers that one should avoid some of the informations which are shared by so many miscreants. Even then, many of us are facing some of the cyber attacks, which is going to be a big challenge, not only for a ordinary citizen, rather it can be a threat for defense of the country. It can be a threat for many other users. The strange thing is, information, it's a must for all. And it's available for everybody. It becomes the responsibility of all of us to be careful. And for that, this type of courses have been organized not by NIT Jalandhar, by so many others who are the partners to this program. As I was told that this program is going to be completed successfully by the end of this month. So I congratulate the team that has handled this program, this total project during 5 years at NIT Jalandhar. Those who are joining for the first time, I would like to share some of the information regarding the institute. NIT Jalandhar was started in 1987 as REC. The first batch was enrolled in 1989. As on date, the strength is quite big, around 1,150 for BTech, more than 300 for MTech, further similar numbers for MSc, MBA, PhD. About 180 people as faculty are working in the institute. All the faculty have completed their PhD from the renowned institutions of the country and even abroad. The institute has state-of-art laboratories. Computer center is very good. On this platform, I can say to all the participants that if anyone wants to visit, wants to use some of the facilities, you are most welcome. In that case, the institute has been placed at rank 49 according to the latest NIRF ranking. And I'm hopeful that the similar performance will continue in the years to come. The institute is going to have incubator centers that are working successfully. And so many facilities are there that has made this ranking possible for all of us. About the program on cyber forensic and information security, I am hopeful that all of the experts, including Professor Awasthi, will be giving all their personal wisdom, personal experiences with the participants, and all of the participants will be benefited out of the same. I wish the total participants and the organizers a big success for this program. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable words. Now I would like to invite Dr. Samivir Singh to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Lalit Kumar Awasthi, Director, NIT Hamirpur.
It's an honor for me to introduce the guest of honor for today's inaugural event, come expert speaker of the day, Professor Lalit K. Awasthi, Director, NIT Hamirpur. Professor Lalit K. Awasthi obtained his MTech degree from IIT Delhi in year 1993 and PhD from IIT Roorkee in 2002. Prior to joining NIT Hamirpur as a director, he was the director of NIT Jalandhar from October 16 to October 2021. Under his dynamic leadership and guidance, NIT Jalandhar jumped 64 positions in NIRF rankings from its ranking 113 in the year of 19 to 52 in the year of 2020 to 49 this year. NIT Jalandhar ranked in the Times Higher Education in the ranking band of 400 to 500 with other prestigious institutes of the country and across the world. Faculty members of NIT Jalandhar filed more than 60 patents during a pandemic period and transferred 5 technologies to industries for commercial use. Professor Awasthi also served as Principal Founder Director of Atal Bihari Vajpayee Government Institute of Engineering and Technology, Shimla, Himachal Pradesh, and the Director at Mahatma Gandhi Government Engineering College, Shimla, Himachal. He is also the Faculty of Computer Science and Engineering at NIT Hamirpur and has contributed in various positions for the last 25 years. He worked as Head of Computer Science Department, Head Computer Center, and Dean, Student and Alumni, and also served as various other academic and administrative positions of the Institute. His interests include parallel computing, mobile computing, sensor networks, IoT, and their security. He has, to his credit of publishing more than 180 research papers in international journals and conferences, numerous copyrights, patent research projects. Many PhD and MTech degree have been awarded under his guidance. Now, I take the privilege to request Professor Lalit K. Awasthi, sir, to share, to address our participants of the STC.
Good morning and greetings from NIT Hamirpur. Professor R.K. Garg, Director, NIT Jalandhar, Professor A.L. Sangal, Professor Harsh, Dr. S.K. Mishra, Dr. Geeta Sikka, Dr. Samavir, Dr. Aruna, all faculty colleagues, and dear participants. It's my pleasure to be here on inaugural of this short-term course on cyber forensic and information security. As you know, if you Google nowadays, then you'll find, if at the top you'll find artificial intelligence at the top. The second in top searches for future technologies will be cyber security or cyber forensic. So you'll find that this topic is very apt, and I congratulate Department of Computer Science for taking this initiative of having a short-term course in cyber forensic and information security. As you know, if somebody stops us for going into online transaction, is somewhere in our mind we have the threat that there can be some kind of cyber attack. Maybe our credentials are stolen, or there are certain chances that somebody can steal the data, which is very important to us. And this is due to a lot of threats which come through to the cyberspace. You can mostly work on your own system, and you cannot just make the network secure. So if you look for the threats which are there, you can have malware, the virus, worm, trojans, phishing attacks. Then you can have ransomware attack. You can have credential abuse attacks. You can have denial of service attack. You can have web application attacks. Then you can also have SSL encrypted threats. You can have advanced persistent threats, insider threats, and zero-day attacks. So there are so many types of attacks which are coming along with your initial inputs which we have, that the maximum has to be given. We have to give importance to cyber security, and later on is forensic, and then finding out who has done and how he has done. So initially, I think I'll stop here, because just after inauguration there will be my talk. Then we can discuss it large. I once again congratulate Department of Computer Science and Engineering Department at NIT Jalandhar for taking this right decision of having this short-term course. I again congratulate them for the response they have received, 350 and odd participants. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Unmute. Aruna, you need to unmute.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Now, I would like to invite conveners and coordinators to present a token of appreciation to our chief guest and registrar, sir.
लड़का तो बहुत बड़ा है लेकिन बोलता था थैंक यू बोल गया
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Renu Dhir, Head of the Information Technology, to thank the dignitaries and participants.
Good morning, everybody. Rather, it is the first foggy morning in Jalandhar. So, first of all, I'm really thankful to Dr. Avasthi that he has agreed to have some sharing some expert views with all the participants. And then I'm really thankful to Dr. Garg, Director, NIT Jalandhar, and all the team members, as well as that is Faculty of Computer Science. I'm thankful to all the staff members associated with this short-term course, making it successful. And then I'm thankful to all the participants which have joined online this short-term course. And at the end, I'm really thankful to each and everyone present here, as well as joining online. Thank you very much.
Now, I request to all please stand up for the national anthem, and after that we will start our first session. Now I request Professor Lalit Kumar Avasthi to deliver his talk on challenges in IoT security. Please, sir.
Good morning. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I would like to talk about cloud security and privacy. During my this talk, as you know, cloud computing has taken a front seat, and now there are various issues which we look from cloud perspective. As you know, it is somewhere in the remote that your data, your information is stored, or even your computation is done at a remote place. And once there is a intervention of internet, then you'll find that the environment is exposed to the threats. So during this, we'll be covering some of these topics: cloud computing background, cloud models. Why do you still hesitate to use cloud computing? Causes of problems associated with cloud computing, taxonomy of fear, threat model. So we come to the background.
Sir, please make PPT in full screen mode.
Okay. Sorry. Is it okay?
Not yet, sir.
It is in full mode.
It's okay, it's quite visible.
So, if we look into the cloud computing background, it is the use of internet-based services to support business processes, rent IT services on a utility-like basis. So similar to our power as we get in home, it will be any service you want to have on utility basis, on per pay basis. So the attributes which are there with cloud computing, it is rapid deployment. Immediately you can rent, you can hire the services of cloud computer and cloud environments, low startup cost, capital investment, then cost based on usage or subscription. Whatever you subscribe, whatever you use, that only you have to pay. Multi-tenant sharing of services and resources. So this is one area which is whereby there are multiple tenants sharing the services or resources. Then the threats can be generated as we are discussing from a security perspective. So multi-tenancy gives it more exposure to the multiple people. Essential characteristics are on-demand self-services, ubiquitous network access, location-independent resource pooling, rapid elasticity, and mirrored service. So cloud computing is a compilation of existing techniques and technologies packaged within a new infrastructure paradigm that offers improved scalability, elasticity, business agility, faster startup time, reduced management cost, and just-in-time availability of resources. So you can, with having no infrastructure, you can start your own enterprise by just leveraging everything to the cloud. A massive concentration of resources. There is a massive concentration of risk also. Expected loss from a single breach can be significantly larger. Concentration of users represents a concentration of threats. Ultimately, you can outsource responsibility, but you cannot outsource accountability. So ultimately, there are so many users, and they are put in. They can be in the same cloud, and there can be people who are mischievous. They can misuse, or they can look for the information on the cloud. Who should use it? The cloud computing definitely makes sense if your own security. This is a security perspective only. We are not looking from cost perspective. Otherwise, those who want to have rapid deployment, they should go for cloud computing. Brings new threats. Multiple independent users share the same physical infrastructure. Thus, an attacker can legitimately be in the same physical machine as the target. So the virtual machine of an attacker and the attackee can be on the same hardware. That is the threat which comes through the cloud, because we are putting them in as virtual machines, and these virtual machines can be hosted on the same infrastructure. Taxonomy of fear, confidentiality, fear of loss of control over data. Will the sensitive data stored on a cloud remain confidential? So this is another relevant question, that if the data which you are sharing on cloud is very sensitive, will this sensitive data will be confidential? Will cloud compromise, leak confidential client data? You might have seen that some of the social sites, they had leaked the data of the clients. Will the cloud provider itself be honest and won't peek into the data? So your data is there, and the cloud itself may manipulate that data. Integrity. How do I know that the cloud provider is doing the computations correctly? How do I ensure that the cloud provider really stored my data without tampering with it? Availability. Will critical system go down at the client if the provider is attacked in a denial of service attack? So if the cloud is itself attacked by denial of service attack, Will the critical system of the clients go down? What happens if cloud provider goes out of business? And if the cloud closes its operation, what will happen to the data and the services being provided? Would cloud scale well enough? Do we have the enough scalability? Because the first characteristic, as we describe cloud, is elastic and scalable. Often wise concern is, although cloud providers argue that downtime compares well with cloud users' own data centers, still there can be a chance that the downtime time at a cloud may be more than what will happen to the services being offered to the clients. Privacy issues raised by massive data mining. Cloud now stores data from a lot of clients and can run data mining algorithms to get large amount of information on the cloud clients. So you might have seen that many services which we are getting for free, email and all those things. And then when we use these services, probably the data which we store there is being mined, and by mining that data, the specific advertisement can be directed to your email boxes. So this happened with something which is coming for free. Similar thing may happen with the cloud itself. Increased attack surface. Entity outside the organization now stores and computes data. And so attackers can now target the communication link between the cloud provider and the client. So, right, if the cloud side is safe, if the user side is safe, what will happen to the communication link? Can data be stolen from the communication links? Cloud provider employees can be phished, and the data can be targeted by phishing these employees, and then the sensitive data stored can be compromised. So these are some of the issues. The privacy issue, increased attack surface, because the organization which is taking the service, the network and the cloud all need to be safe, so that we can have a safe environment for getting the services from a cloud. Auditability and forensics. Out of control of data, difficult to audit data held outside organization in a cloud. Forensics also made difficult since now clients don't maintain data locally, and there can be multiple sites of the cloud also where the data is managed, and you may not be able to know actually on which machine your data was there. And if some of the machines in the cloud, they are compromised, then you'll not be able to find out whether your data was there or not. Legal issues and transitive trust issues. Who is responsible for complying with the regulators? So regulations, if there are regulations, legal regulations, who is going to comply with them? If cloud provider subcontracts to third-party cloud, will the data still be secure? Now, what will happen if the cloud itself will take services of another cloud and your data is there? Maybe it is not only in one country, but multiple countries. What will happen in that case? So, cloud computing is a security nightmare, and it cannot be handled in traditional ways. This is John Chambers, Cisco CEO. Security is one of the most difficult tasks to implement in cloud computing. Different forms of attacks in the application side and in the hardware components. Attacks with the catastrophic effects only needs one security flaw. So if you get one security flaw, there can be a series of attacks, and your data can be compromised. The threat model helps in analyzing a security problem, design mitigation strategies and evaluation solutions. So the steps are: identify attackers, assets, threats and other components, rank the threats, choose mitigation strategies, build solutions based on the strategies. Basic component of threat model are attacker modeling, choose what attacker to consider, insider versus outsider, single versus collaborator attackers, attacker motivation and capabilities, attacker goals, vulnerabilities, and threats. What is the issue? The core issue here is the levels of trust. Many cloud computing providers trust their customers. Each customer is physically commingling its data with the data from anybody else using the cloud, while logically and virtually you have your own space. So you can be on the same hardware, but otherwise in physical domain you may be in different sites. The way that the cloud provider implements security is typically focused on the fact that those outside of their cloud are evil and those inside are good. But what if those inside are also evil? So they can be insider who can compromise the data of the clients in a cloud setting. So what is going to happen if the insiders attacks the data? Attacker capabilities, the malicious insiders at client learn the passwords, authentication information, gain control of the virtual machines. At cloud provider, log client communication. So they can always log the communication with the client, can read unencrypted data, can possibly peek into the virtual machines or make copies of virtual machine, can monitor network communication, application patterns, and what for they are doing, why they are doing it. They will gain information about the client data, gain information on client behavior, sell the information or use itself. So these can be the motives behind attacking and gaining the control of the data of the clients. Attacker capability, outside attackers, what listen to the network traffic. So if the data is unencrypted, then listening to the network traffic will be giving access to the data. Insert malicious traffic. So this is another kind of data attack in which the malicious traffic can be inserted. Then prop the cloud structure and launch denial of service attack. Goals can be intrusion, network analysis, man in the middle attack. So these are some of the attacks which are done from the outside. There are insider and versus outsider attack. Challenges for the attacker: how to find out where the target is located. So if there is a X intruder attacker, then if he wants to target a buy on some organization and both are on the same cloud, then how to find out where is the target located? How to be co-located with the target in the same physical machine? So there can be multiple machines available in the cloud which are hosting these applications of the users. Then how to get co-located in the same machine? How to gather information about the target? So these are main challenges of the attacker. Security and privacy issues in cloud computing. The if you see the big picture, the infrastructure security, data security and storage, identity and access management, privacy, and many more. So these are security and privacy issues in cloud computing. Infrastructure security, the infrastructure security at network level, at host level, and at application level. So different levels of security are needed. The network level, ensuring confidentiality and integrity of your organization data in transit to and from your public cloud provider. So how to ensure confidentiality and integrity of your organization data in transit to and from your public cloud provider, maybe on the network, on the links or wireless access. How to ensure the confidentiality and integrity of data. Second is ensuring proper access control, authentication, authorization, and auditing to whatever resources you are using at your public cloud provider. So you need to ensure the proper access control, and only those people who are authenticated, authorized, they only should be able to access the data. Ensuring availability of the internet-facing resources in public cloud that are being used by the organization or have been assigned to your organization by your public cloud provider. So you need to see that the availability of internet facing resources in public cloud that should be ensured. Replacing the established model of network zones and tiers with domains. Network level mitigation. Note that network level risk exists regardless of what aspects of cloud computing services are being used. The primary determination of risk level is therefore not which of the as a service is being used, whether it is infrastructure or software, but rather whether your organization intend to use or is using a public, private or hybrid cloud. If we are using a public cloud, definitely the data, the network from which you are transporting the data, that is at a risk, and you need to look for mitigating the threats which come from the network. The host level for SAS and PASS, both the PaaS and SaaS platforms abstract and hide the host operating system from end users. So in both cases, the OS, the host OS is hidden from the end user. Host security responsibilities are transferred to the CSP, cloud service providers. You do not have to worry about protecting host. However, as a customer, you still own the risk of managing information hosted in the cloud services. So, and also the transportation when you transport it on the network. So you can look into that. The figure says that the lowest level we have the hardware, and then we have the hypervisors. After that, we have the unmodified guest OS, guest operating systems, and then we have the modified user software at the top, and there can be a number of domains depending upon how many of the clients are accessing the cloud services. And you can look into that the hosting of these different machines can happen on the same hardware, but their sandbox are isolated in different different virtual machines. You can see virtual machine 0, 1, 2, 3. So Amazon EC2's infrastructure, exploring information leakage in third-party compute clouds, multiple virtual machines of different organizations with virtual boundaries separating each virtual machine can run within one physical server. So that's what we are talking right from the beginning, that multiple virtual machines of different organizations with virtual boundaries can actually be on the same physical server. So virtual machines still have internet protocol or IP addresses visible to anyone within the cloud. So the virtual machines can have the IP addresses visible to anyone on the cloud. VMs located on the same physical server tend to have IP addresses that are close to each other and are assigned at the same time. So this is another characteristic of cloud, that the virtual machines which are located on the same physical server, they tend to have IP addresses that are close to each other and they are assigned at the same time. An attacker can set up lots of his own virtual machines, look at their IP addresses and figure out which one shares the same physical resources as an intended target. So they can generate multiple virtual machines and try to figure out the target machine. Once the malicious virtual machine is placed on the same server as its target, it is possible to carefully monitor how access to resources fluctuates and thereby potentially glean sensitive information about the victim. So you can do a kind of attack by generating multiple virtual machines and getting yourself co-hosted on the same hardware on which the target is there, and then you can you can look into the information which is being transferred and served between the target, and can get the sensitive information of the victim. Local host security. Are local host machines part of the cloud infrastructure outside the security perimeter? These are local host machines are outside the security perimeter. While cloud consumers worry about the security on the cloud provider side, they may easily forget to harden their own machines. They may forget to secure their own machine. The lack of security of local devices can provide a way for malicious services on the cloud to attack local networks through these terminal devices, compromise the cloud and its resources for other users. With mobile devices, the threat may be even stronger. Users misplace or have the devices stolen from them. If the user is having mobile device, there is a threat that it can be misplaced or stolen. Security mechanisms on handheld gadgets are often times insufficient compared to, say, a desktop computer. Provides a potential attacker an easy avenue into a cloud system. If a user relies mainly on a mobile device to access cloud data, the threat to availability is also increased as mobile devices malfunction or are lost. Devices that access the cloud should have strong authentication mechanisms. There should be tamper resistance mechanisms, strong isolation between the applications, method to trust the operating system, cryptographic functionality when traffic confidentiality is required. So you should be able to encrypt and decrypt your data while you are using the network. You send the information in the network, then it should be encrypted. At the application level, denial of service attack, EDOS, economic denial of sustainability, an attacker against the billing model that underlies the cost of providing a service with the goal of bankrupting the service itself, and user security. Who is responsible for web application security in the cloud? So for SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS application security, customer deployed application security. Data security and storage, several aspects of data security including data in transit. So confidentiality plus integrity using secured protocol, confidentiality with non-secured protocol and encryption, data at rest, generally not encrypted since data is commingled with other users' data, encryption if it is not associated with the application, but how about indexing and searching? Processing of data including multi-tenancy for any application to process data that is not encrypted. Data security and storage. Where is or was that system located? What was the state of that physical system? How would a customer or auditor verify that information? So if we see that we have the data lineage, knowing what and where the data was located with respect to cloud is important for audit and compliance purposes. Data provenance, computational accuracy, as well as data integrity, how to find out whether the calculations are being done correctly. Data security and storage, to data remanence, inadvertent disclosure of sensitive information is possible. Data security mitigation, Do not place any sensitive data in a public cloud. Is it the question? Encrypted data is placed into the cloud. Provider data and its security storage. To the extent that quantities of data from many companies are centralized, this collection can become an attractive target for criminals. Moreover, the physical security of the data center and trustworthiness of system administrators take on new importance. Trust boundary. Organization trust boundary will become dynamic and will move beyond the control and will extend into the service provider's domain. So the total boundary of your organization, if you are taking cloud services, is not limited to your own organization, but it will then include the domain of the service provider also. Managing access for diverse user populations, you have employees, contractors, partners, etc. Increased demand for authentication, personal, financial, medical data will now be hosted in the cloud, and then you will be looking for authentication of this data. Software applications hosted in the cloud requires access control. So if you want that the software application should manipulate the data, then you need to give them the access control. Need for higher assurance authentication. Authentication in the cloud may mean authentication outside the firmware. Limits of password authentication. Need for authentication from mobile devices. Early morning at 3:30 a.m., we started sending elevated levels of authenticated requests from multiple users in one of our location. While we carefully monitor our overall request volume, these remained within the normal rates. We had not been monitoring the proportion of authentication requests. Importantly, these cryptographic requests consume more resources per call than per request types. Shortly at 4 a.m. PST, we begin to see several other users significantly increasing the volume of authentication calls. The last of these pushed the authentication service over its maximum capacity before we could complete putting new capacity in place. In addition to processing authenticated requests, the authentication service also perform account validation on every request Amazon S3 handles. This caused Amazon S3 to be unavailable to process any requests. So you can see such kind of attacks can be triggered to a particular cloud provider, and the service can be made temporarily unavailable. Why is privacy? The concept of privacy varies widely among and sometimes within countries, culture, and jurisdiction. It is shaped by public expectation and legal interpretations. As such, a concise definition is elusive, if not impossible. Privacy rights or obligations are related to the collection, use, disclosure, storage, and destruction of personal data or personally identifiable information, PII. At the end of the day, privacy is about the accountability of organization to data subjects, as well as the transparency to an organization's practice around personal information. You can see the personal information should be managed as part of the data used by the organization. Protection of personal information should consider the impact of the cloud on each phase. Phase 1 is the generation, second use, third is transfer, 4 is transformation, 5th is storage, 6th is archival, and 7th is destruction. So at every phase, this protection of personal information should be considered and the impact of the cloud on each phase. What are key privacy concerns? Typically, mixed security and privacy. Some consideration to be aware of: storage, retention, destruction, auditing, monitoring, and risk management, privacy breaches, Who is responsible for protecting privacy? Storage. Is it commingled with information from other organizations that use the same CSP? The aggregation of data raises new privacy issues. Some governments may decide to search through the data without necessarily notifying the data owners, depending upon where the data resides. Whether the cloud provider itself has any right to see and assess the customer data. Some services today track user behavior for a range of purposes, from sending targeted advertisements to improving services. So you can be targeted by looking at your sensitive information. The targeted advertisement can be sent to you. Retention. How long is personal information that is transferred to the cloud retained? Which retention policy governs the data? Does the organization own the data or the CSP? Who enforces the retention policy in the cloud? And how are exceptions to this policy, such as litigation, hold, managed? So whether the organization owns the data or the cloud service provider that owns the data, we need to know at the first hand before we are going for the cloud services. Destruction. How does the cloud provider destroy the personal data at the end of the retention period? How do organizations ensure that their personal data is destroyed by the cloud service provider at the right point and is not available to other cloud users? Cloud storage providers usually replicate the data across multiple systems and sites. Increased availability is one of the benefits they provide. How do you know that the cloud service provider did not retain additional copies? Did the cloud service provider really destroy the data or just make it inaccessible to the organization? Is the cloud service provider keeping the information longer than necessary so that it can mine the data for its own use? I think these questions which we are dealing here, they may be answered by the forensic. If you can do cloud forensic, you will be able to find out where the copies are kept and how they are handled once they have been asked to be destroyed, and even after it is not destroyed, which copies are retained and where it is compromised and where it is not. So that is basically, I think, the cloud forensic. Auditing, monitoring, and risk management. How can organization monitor that their cloud service provider and provide assurance to relevant stakeholders that privacy requirements are met when their personal information is in the cloud? Are they regularly audited? What happens in the event of any instance? If the data is leaked, say you are using X cloud and there is a news that some of the data in the X cloud has been compromised. Is it the duty of cloud service provider to tell you that your data has been compromised by some breach? If business critical processes are migrated to a cloud computing model, internal security processes need to evolve to allow multiple cloud providers to participate in those processes as needed. These include processes such as security monitoring, auditing, forensic, incident response, and business continuity. How do you know that a breach has occurred? How do you ensure that the cloud service provider notifies you when a breach occurs? Who is responsible for managing the breach notification process and costs associated with the process? If there is some sensitive business data, if it gets leaked, who is going to pay? If the contracts include liability for breaches resulting from negligence of cloud service providers, then how is the contract enforced? How is it determined who is at fault? who is responsible for protecting privacy. Suppose a hacker breaks into cloud provider A and steals data from company X. Assume that the compromised server also contained data from companies Y and Z. Who investigates this crime? Is it the cloud provider? Even though company X may fear that the provider will try to absolve itself from responsibility? Is it company X? And if so, does it have the right to see other data on the server, including logs that may show access to data by companies Y and Z? And these companies may be having competition with each other. So data breaches have a cascading effect, full reliance on a third party to protect personal data, in-depth understanding of responsible data stewardship. Organization can transfer liability but not the accountability. They can say that yes, the cloud service provider is liable to pay, but if somebody has kept the data with the organization A, it is the duty of organization A to account for. Risk assessment and mitigation throughout the data life cycle is critical. Many new risks and unknowns. The overall complexity of privacy protection in the cloud represents a bigger challenge. Possible solution: minimize the lack of trust. So you can have policy language changed in your favor. You can have third party certification. You can minimize the loss of control. You can monitor continuously utilizing different clouds, assess control mechanism, identity management. You can also take the slice of sensitive data and can store in multiple clouds and minimize multi-tenancy. Security issues in the cloud, in theory, minimizing any of the issues would help. Third-party cloud computing, loss of control, take back the control. Data and applications may still need to be on the cloud, but can they be managed in some way by the consumer? Lack of trust. So increase trust. The mechanism used can be technology. You can ask to use more secure technology from the service provider. You can use the policy, regulation, or the contracts, incentives, topic. We can have multi-tenancy. Private cloud takes away the reason to use a cloud in the first place. VPC, it's still not a separate system and strong separation. Third-party cloud computing like Amazon's EC2, Microsoft Azure allow user to instantiate virtual machines, allow user to purchase required quantity when required. Confidentiality is very important. Known issues already exist. Confidentiality issues, malicious behavior by the cloud providers. Known risk exists in any industry practicing outsourcing. Provider and its infrastructure need to be trusted. New vulnerabilities and attacks. Threats arise from other consumers due to the subtleties of how physical resources can be transparently shared between the virtual machines. Such attacks are based on placement and extraction. A customer virtual machine and its advisory can be assigned to the same physical server. Advisory can penetrate the virtual machine and violate the customer confidentiality. Collaborative attacks can also be there. Mapping of internal cloud infrastructure, identifying likely residents of a target virtual machine, instantiating new virtual machines until one gets core resident with the target, cross virtual machine side channel attacks, extract information from target virtual machine on the same hardware? Can one determine where in the cloud infrastructure an instance is located? Can one easily determine if two instances are co-resident on the same physical machine? Can an adversary launch instances that will be co-hosted with other user instances? Can an adversary exploit cross-virtual machine information leakage once co-resident? The answer is yes to all, so it can happen. Can one determine where in the cloud infrastructure an instance is located? Yes, they can find. Can one easily determine if two instances are co-resident? Yes. Can an adversary launch instances that will be co-resident with others? Yes. So policy language certification, minimizing the lack of trust. Consumers have specific security needs but don't have a say so in how they are handled. What the heck is the provider doing for me? Currently, consumers cannot dictate their requirements to the provider. So SLAs are one-sided. So service level agreements by these providers, cloud providers, they are one-sided. Standard languages to convey one's policies and expectation, agreed upon and upheld by both parties. Standard language for representing SLAs can be used in an intra-cloud environment to realize overarching security posture. So you can always look for the flexibility in terms of how the policy of the language between the both parties are done between the cloud provider and the user. Create policy language with the following characteristics: machine understandable, or at least processable, easy to combine, merge, and compare. Example of policy statements are: requires isolation between virtual machines, requires geographical isolation between virtual machines. So you can see in the first case, two instances can be on the same machine, but in the second language, requires geographical isolation. That means the machines will be in different hardware. Requires physical separation between other communities, tenants that are in the same industry. So you can put such kind of language in the service level agreements. Need a validation tool to check that the policy created in the standard language correctly reflects the policy creator's intention, that the policy language is semantically equivalent to the user's intentions. Certification, some form of reputable, independent, comparable assessment and description of security features and assurance is needed. Risk assessment performed by certified third parties and provides consumers with additional assurance. Monitoring. Cloud consumers needs situational awareness for critical applications. When underlying components fail, what is the effect of the failure to the mission logic? What recovery measures can be taken by provider and consumer? It requires an application-specific runtime monitoring and management tool for the consumer. The cloud consumer and cloud provider have different views of the system. Enable both the provider and tenants to monitor the components in the cloud that are under their control. So they can monitor, both of them can monitor the each other, and the tenants should be able to monitor the cloud provider. Provide mechanism that enable the provider to act on attacks he can handle. Infrastructure revamping, create new or more move existing fault domains, shutting down offending components or targets, and assisting tenants with the porting if necessary. Repairs, provide mechanism that enable the consumer to act on attacks that he can handle, application level monitoring. Then risk adaptable access control, virtual machine porting with the remote attestation of target physical host, provide ability to move the user's application to another cloud. Utilize different clouds. The concept of don't put all your eggs in one basket. So the consumer may use services from different clouds through an intra-cloud or multi-cloud architecture. Purpose a multi-cloud or intra-cloud architecture in which consumers spread the risk, increase redundancy per task or per application, increase chance of mission completion for critical application. Possible issues to consider: policy incompatibility, combined, what is the overreaching policy, data dependency between clouds, differing data semantics across clouds, knowing when to utilize the redundancy features. Is it worth to be spread your sensitive data across multiple clouds? The last one is most important. If you are going from one cloud to other cloud, there are many breaches which can happen with the second cloud service provider. So redundancy could increase risk of exposure because of the multiple machines having the same application. Many possible layers of access control: access to the cloud, access to the servers, access to the services, access to the database, direct inquiries by web services, access to virtual machines, and access to objects within a virtual machine. Depending on the deployment model used, some of these will be controlled by the provider and others by the consumer. Regardless of deployment model, provider needs to manage the user authentication and access control procedures. Federated identity management, access control management burden still lies with the provider. Requires user to place a large amount of trust on the provider in terms of security, management, and maintenance of access control policies. This can be burdensome when numerous users from different organizations with different access control policies are involved. Consumer managed access control. Consumer retains decision-making process to retain some control, requiring less trust of the provider. Requires the client and provider to have a pre-existing trust relationship, as well as a pre-negotiated standard way of describing resources, users, and access decisions between the cloud provider and consumer. It also needs to be able to guarantee that the provider will uphold the consumer side access decision, should be at least as secure as the traditional access control model. Facebook and Google apps do this to some degree, but not enough control. Applicability to privacy of patient health records. Issues in cloud computing. Cloud introduces several issues in identity management. Users have multiple accounts associated with multiple service providers. Lack of trust. Use of trusted third party is not an option. Cloud hosts are untrusted. Loss of control. Collusion between cloud services. Sharing sensitive identity information between services can lead to undesirable mapping of the identities to the users. Goals of proposed user-centric IDM for cloud: authenticate without disclosing identifying information, ability to secure user service while on an untrusted host, a virtual machine on cloud, minimal disclosure and minimized risk of disclosure during communication between user and service providers. So man in the middle, side channel, and correlation tags. Independence of trusted third party. We're coming to the conclusions of this talk. So cloud is there and getting stronger and stronger day by day. In 2020, the market was USD $312 billion. Annual growth rate is an average and as on date 30%. Public cloud computing market expected to be valued at 800 billion by 2025. There is a exponential growth in job market. India has approximately 6 lakh cloud practitioners. Major cloud players includes AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, Oracle Cloud, IBM, Salesforce. Security has been and will be one of the major concern of all cloud users. And a lot many things need to be done, including the forensic of cloud. We should be able to find out which instance of a cloud of a machine is hosted on which hardware and where it is residing at what time and when some breach has, if at all, occurs in the system. Thank you.
So, being a coordinator of this course, I take this opportunity to thank you, sir, for sparing time to be the guest of honor and expert speaker for this STC. Your talk on cloud security and privacy was fully informative and enlightening, and I'm sure that participants must have taken benefit and hope we will all incorporate your ideas and be cautious while being on cyberspace. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you all and God bless you all. You know,
Thank you, sir, for your blessing.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So,
Thank you.
la-
Thank you, dear.
I'm Professor Jayendra. A lot of issues are there with the cloud security, and in
Yes, yes.
in electrical system, I'm working for the automation, and automation has become a
Okay.
problem. And denial of services, that one incident took place during the pandemic in December 2020 and January 21 for the power grid in California, and that is Newark, and the whole city was blackout.
Blackout. You can see potential.
Yeah. So, and that was server was found at China by the US government.
Right, right.
So, so these issues are there. So, even in electrical system, we are going for the automation. Lot of issues are coming.
Right.
How to protect that communication network, because everything is related to the communication system.
On the network because it is passive, so we
Yeah.
have to look for some encryption disk only.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much
Thank you.
for your.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, dear. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, participant. We will be having another session that will start from 2:30 p.m. and I request you all to join 10 minutes prior. Okay. And the next session, Professor Sanjeev Sofat will be with us. Okay. So thank you.
Participants, switch off your camera. Good afternoon, sir. You are mute, sir. Your mic is mute.
Maybe you will start within the next 2-3 minutes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the roll number?
सर आंसर शीट पे हो गए
हाँ?
आशीष
रोल नंबर
02
02 तो कर क्या
एमटी सीएससी
हाँ
मतलब जो आपके पास सीट है ना एक्चुअल सीट का जो प्रिंट आउट ले लगा उन पे करना
अच्छा वो तुम्हारा वो इशू था
यस सर
नंबर का
वो आपके पास में
हाँ 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 ये मैंने कर दिया है इसको ये कर दो सर आपका क्या है
सर मुझे भी इसी शीट पे साइन करना
अच्छा रह गया था इसका
यस सर
ठीक है Okay, thank you. Where the others they have left?
Yes, sir. They have left for their homes.
All of them. Okay.
Okay.
Then I can prepare the things. Okay, you have to give me presentation rights.
Okay, sir. I'm doing that. It's done, sir.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Can we start, sir, or wait?
You can start. You can.
Okay,
I'm
okay, sir.
available.
Okay, participants, good afternoon all. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce the speaker of the session, Professor Sanjeev Sofat, who is going to talk us about cyber security and forensic, a complete framework. Presently, Dr. Sofat is working as professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at PACT University of Technology, Chandigarh. He has 30 years of teaching, research, and consulting experience. During this period, he has held the position of head of the department, Dean Student Welfare, Dean Academic Affairs, and Deputy Director. He was instrumental in setting up Cyber Security Research Center jointly set up by the PAC, NASCOM, and DIT. Based upon his professional experience, he has been invited as a technical consultant for many prestigious projects at both state and national level, including the project on cybercrime and criminal tracking network system. He has been consulted widely and invited to deliver presentation at many academic and other high-level seminars in India, UK, Malaysia, and Singapore. In addition, he has attended the 4-week IT UNISA Security Research Winter School, where he worked with the researchers from Singapore, China on cybersecurity. He has, to his credit, publishing more than 150 research publications in international journal and conferences. Several PhD and MTech degrees have been awarded under his guidance. He is also an active reviewer of many international journals and conferences. Now I take the privilege to request Sofa sir to deliver a talk. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Samavir. It is nice to invite me for this particular session here. Now, before I start, I would like to know who are the participants. Maybe what I'll expect is each participant just type out in the chat window from which organization, what are they doing, are the PhD scholar, what sort of this thing they are. Maybe in the chat window, you can just type out your name and your affiliation and what are you presently. That will give me some idea of whom I am addressing. Yes, we have got Amrita from BB Saran Kaur Khalsa College, Shri Chamkaur Sahib, Assistant Professor. Parmod, Assistant Professor, CSC. Lakhani, HOD IT from Polytechnic. Palvi from ITM University, Gwalior. Kapipriya, Faculty, Satyabhama. Then Palvi, Associate Professor, Gaurav, Assistant Professor, University Department of Forensic Science. Okay. Akanksha from again Assistant Professor from Ajay Garg Engineering College. Then Chandrabhan, Professor AIT-CU from Chandigarh. Then BD Chaudhary, MBIT New Delhi. Vikas, a Prashant, MTech student. Neeraj, Amas Engineering Assistant Professor. So we are addressing most of the faculty here. Okay, then another thing, maybe there are very few who are coming forward to tell us from where they belong. I hope all are there because I could see a lot of participation. Maybe you just tell us, then Vaibhav, again student here. Now let's say we will be talking about cyber security and cyber forensic. What exactly you wanted to have out of this? What are your expectations from the session? Somebody from Research Associate ID RBT Hyderabad. Great. Yes, now we'd like to find out what is your expectation from this session. What exactly you would like to know from me? Let's say I have taken a very broad area, cyber forensic, cyber security. It's okay, Roshan from NIT Greater Noida. Yes, Gaurav wants some practical exposure examples. Okay. Chandri wants to know more about digital forensics. Okay. Yeah, Prakshita Jadhav, she wants to leave everything upon me, whatever you make us to learn. Okay. Amrita wants, how can cybersecurity be implemented in a website? Yeah, web security, she is very keen to know. Then somebody is very keen to know about the IoT forensics. How on a IoT, because there is very low security as far as IoT devices are concerned. In case I have to do forensic on that, that's the great challenge which is we got. Yes, few others. Okay, another thing I would like to know from you is how many of you are working in security? Maybe your MTech thesis or your PhD or your BTech, wherever you get involved with the security, cyber security, maybe information security, cyber security, network security, all paradigms of the security, where exactly you were involved there. Or if you are all freshers in this particular area, that also you tell me, because then I can pitch my session accordingly. Because I would have planned up something for you, but I'm very keen. Once you are through my session, there should be some takeaway from this particular session there. How many of you are involved in a cyber research in forensic or cyber security here? Yes, I just wanted to find out how many of you are working in security, or you just wanted to know about security. You should be very quick in answering. I'm not getting much response. If you're not working in security, you can still tell me, yes, then I can pitch my lecture accordingly. Yes, Amrita, are you working in security? Maybe Amrita, can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Amrita.
Yes, sir. I have to create a sort of government database. So, wherein I would like to learn from you and see how far I can implement some kind of security on the portal that I would have to create.
Okay, that's what you're looking for. In case that means what you're looking for is database security, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then Akanksha is another one. To transfer safe medical images. Akanksha, can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Akanksha. You are basically faculty member or a student?
Yes, sir. I'm a assistant professor in Ajay Kumar Gargi Engineering College, Ghaziabad.
Okay. So you want how medical images can be transferred in a secured way.
Yes, basically, sir, I am preparing a seminar for myself regarding this topic, crypto watermarking. That's why I want to know the.
Maybe what you're looking for is some aspect of the cryptography, right?
Yes, sir, yes. Sir. Basically, my MTech thesis was based on cryptography.
Uh-huh. Okay, Rajat says I'm new to cybersecurity.
Hello.
Rajat, can you unmute yourself? Rajat Kumar Prajapati.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Rajat. Now, can you tell, let's say you are new to cybersecurity. Anywhere you have encountered some security threat for you? Yes, Rajat.
सर अभी मैंने स्टार्ट ही किया मतलब सीखना इसके बारे में.
I'm looking at a layman's language.
Yes, sir.
Anywhere you felt security is becoming issue in your daily day-to-day life?
Yes, sir. Like mobile security and just like.
Not very clear. Can you tell me again?
So there is a network issue.
There is a
Network issue, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe we have lost a link. Now, what I could gather is most of you are trying to find out what exactly is security. So, somebody says for IO forensics, authentication. So, this is basically what I'm planning to pitch in. Make you aware about the security, cyber security as a big paradigm there. Not going into the detail of this, maybe what I had done is I asked one of my PhD scholar to talk to you about biometric security also, because that's one of the areas which is gaining a lot of a ground. In case you have to know what is this type of a security there. Just I'll take 1 minute. Okay, with this particular background, I can start. I hope my screen is visible. Maybe anyone can tell me. Is my
Yes, sir.
okay? Okay, thank you. So this is because it's a generic lecture which I had to deliver because I saw the background of the participants. Most of them are new to cybersecurity. So I'll talk about in general what exactly cybersecurity and what are the major areas of the cybersecurity and the forensic there. Then, as I said, I have asked one of my research scholars. She will be joining us in between. She will talk to you about a biometrics as one of the security paradigm there because this biometric security we keep on meeting everywhere. Now this is what we say is the security as a paradigm there because cyber security we talk about a cyber world, cyber physical world where everything whatever is happening in computer world is under the aegis of cyber physical world. Now, under that only we have got a cyber security. In case there is a cyber world there, we have to think about security for that. Then, what are the various components which are there in this security is we have got information security as one of the paradigm there. Whatever information is there, how exactly I can secure it. Then next, once I'm transferring my information from one end to the other end.
32 लिखा हुआ है.
Hey, maybe you have to mute yourself. All of you, please mute. Yes, please just mute yourself. Now, whatever information is there, as I said, it has to flow from one node to the other. So we need a security where in case information is flowing from one end to the other, one node to the other, or one network to the other network, I have to think about how exactly I can make it secured. So that's what we say one other area which is there. So which we say is a network security as an area. Now, if you look at all, then we got application security. Okay, let's say I have developed some application upon a network on a system there. Now, how exactly I can ensure the application which I'm running is a secured application? So these are the three levels of the major security concern which we have got. Okay, your information is what is a primary concern where we are to secure it, be it transmission, be it some application where we are trying to use that particular application thing there. Now then, let's say we talk about all the security, but in case there is security breach which happens, somebody, just like we put up a lot of police, we put up a lot of security everywhere, physical security, but at the end of the day, there may be theft. There may be some other things which happens, which are against the security there. Then how exactly we have to recover out of it? So in computer terminology, we say it's a disaster recovery. In case the disaster happens, maybe in case there somebody steals your things. Now, what sort of a stealing can be there? Let's say data is flowing on the network. Somebody takes away the data only. Or my application is working, still somebody fiddles with my application only. So all these are related to your disaster recovery only. Then once we wanted to come out, think of the disaster, we have to think about what sort of operational security I have to do. Because we got information, we got network, we got application, but it has to operationalize it also. So we talk about this operational security, how exactly we can take care of this operational security there. Then we have got an end user education. By end education, we mean at the end of the day, I have to educate my users how exactly they have to be secured. I usually tell everyone, okay, while let's say while you go out of your homes, what is the thing you do? You lock your home. So this is what we call as an operational thing there. So this is what, okay, we have to just like we say operation, let's say home security. How do we do home security? Okay, this is my protocol. Okay, while I go from home, I have to lock it. Other protocol is at least there should be one person always there in the home. So what are those? Okay, this is the operational security I'm talking about. Okay, nobody steals away my things. So this is the operational thing which I have worked over there. So that sort of a end user education we have to have. Okay, what is the security which we have to perform? Let's say whilst you go to the bank, you operate upon your ATM, you ensure that nobody sees your ATM number, your passcode, nobody is able to see. So that is what is part of your end user education there. Now, under this information security, we have got a database security also. Okay, whatever information has been stored on the database, we have to secure that particular information also. Then what are the techniques to do this secure? How exactly I can secure my information? We have got some techniques which we say is a cryptography. Cryptography is a technique where in case there is some information there, I code it. Let's say in case what I do is every character I replace by the next third character. That means if A is there, I replace it with C. If B is there, I replace it with D. And accordingly, let's say in case I have got a word bad. So what will it become? It become E, D, EDG. So instead of bad, I write EDG. So this is what we say is the cryptography. So what is my key in this? I have encrypting this data with the help of this aspect. Okay, every character I'm replacing with the next third character there. Now then you've got your own websites which are there. Okay, website is one of the things where all your information about the organization is there. We usually say static website, dynamic website. In case it's a dynamic, maybe there is maybe some database which is there, which you have to secure. So that's what we say is the web security there. So this is what we got, okay, which we say is a web security there. Then we have got a biometric security. What we mean by biometric security is
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, actually, PPT are not changing.
No,
I'm looking
I'm
that
on the first slide only.
Okay, then fine. Because participants are asking, that's why I'm asking to you.
We'll cover up all these things.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Now then we got a biometric security, which I say biometric security is the one where your fingerprints and other things are captured and they're being used for the security there. Now, next is in case something happens, we have to think of a forensics there. Forensic is a technique where in case something happens over there, I have to find out who has done it. That's cyber forensics. Then there are certain challenges there as far as the cyber security is concerned. Those are the challenges which are there, which we have to take care. I hope now it's changing.
Yes, sir. It's fine now.
Okay. Now we talk about cyber security. Now this is what broader perspective as far as the security as one of the areas is concerned. Security is a major area, and cyber security is the cyber physical security which we talk about. Now, what cyber security is a practice basically of protecting your system, your network, and the program from digital attacks. So you can see these three words. Okay, what we are trying to do is we are protecting our systems. Now, in the earlier days, we used to say only desktop or a laptop as a system, computer system there. Now, these days, the definition has also changed. Now, we have got your mobiles, you have got iPads, you have got so many other devices which we connect. In any of the network which we have got, we connect a lot of things. So we have to protect all those sort of things there as far as the systems are concerned. Now then we have to protect our networks also. Okay, in case you have got information which is flowing from one end to the other, in that case, once information is flowing from one end to the other, then we have to protect that sort of information also. And then your programs. Program is your application which are there. So this cyber security is a practice of protecting all these things there. What a cyber attack is? Usually banks and other things, they usually get this sort of cyber attacks. Cyber attacks are accessing or changing or destroying sensitive information. In case I got some information, somebody tried to unauthorizedly access this particular information or make certain changes into that information or destroy this sort of a sensitive information. So all these are nothing but cyber attacks there. In case we try to access, we try to change, or we wanted to destroy it. So these are some of the types of attacks which are there. Or in this process, maybe ransomware is one of the attacks there, where people start exhausting money from the users by telling them, I have locked your system. In case you would like to get it opened, please pay me this sort of money. So this is what we see is exhaustion there. And then we got what exactly is another type of attack? Interrupting your normal business process. Let's say a bank is there. They have to perform their normal business. What's the business? Okay, they have to perform all the transactions. Now, in case somebody is able to disturb your transactions, they get into your server and delete some files there. In this process, your normal business gets disturbed. So this is what we say are the different types of cyber attacks which are there. Now, what we want we have to think about effective cyber security measures. Now, but they are very challenging these days. Why they are challenging? Because there are more number of devices than people. What we got is, if we look at yourself only, you may be having a desktop, you may be having your laptop, you got your iPad, you got your mobile. That means you are a single person, but you have got 4 devices. So in case the number of devices are becoming more, so each of the device can be a problem for you. So that's why is a challenge there. Then the person who is attacking you, he's becoming more innovative. What we mean by innovative is he tries to think about different mechanism through which he can attack. Because as your computing power is increasing, because this is what we say, my computing power is increasing, that's why I'm able to do a lot of things. But same way, computing power for a person who's attacking is also increasing. So they become more innovative to attack you. So this is what a world which we say the cyber security is. We have to protect the things for all sort of cyber attacks there. Now, in this, if I look at what exactly I'm trying to protect, what I'm trying to protect is my identity, because it's basically your identity which is under threat. So in whole of this cyber security framework, what is under threat is your own identity. Now, identity itself is an asset for you. Now let's say you have got your own username and a password. Somebody steals away that particular username and a password. Now what will happen? He will able to manipulate that. So that means your identity is an asset. This is what we say, and that becomes a threat for you. All the time we are worried that in case I have got a username and a password, nobody should be able to steal that. Then we try to see whether it's a vulnerable or not. Let's say you kept your password as ABC. It's very difficult to, very easy to find it out. Or I kept my password as my name only. I kept my password as Sanjeev. Maybe somebody can find out your identity. So that means your identity itself is vulnerable. In case I don't secure it, it's all the time vulnerable there. But if I keep my password as AXLU#1X3YZ, there's a wonderful password you have got. But can you remember it? Because I myself don't remember what I was talking. What are the characters I use for making my password? I don't know. So that means your identity. Then how will you keep your identity? You keep it stored somewhere. There are people who, what they do is, while they have the name, in this process, what they do is, they try to see where should I keep them. So this is what we say is the identity vulnerability which is there. All the time your identity is under vulnerable there and it is always under threat. Now then we have to find out what sort of threats are there. We have to assess that risk and determine the priorities there. Okay, what are the sort of priority is there as far as my identity is concerned. So we just go for assess risk and the determined priority as far as that system is concerned. Because a risk which are there for one organization may not be there for the other organization. Let's say you talk about an academic institute. If I try to find out what sort of risks are there as far as my servers are concerned, there are very few. In case I know it just contains only my students' programs only. Even if somebody steals his programs, of course, assignment he takes away. Okay, I'll tell him, okay, I give you 2 more days to make it again, but there is no loss. Can I think about the same for a bank? Okay, in case somebody takes away from my account some money, can I tell him, okay, you earn again? I can't. So this is what we say, you have to assess the risk and determine the priorities in this particular aspect there. Then you think about what sort of countermeasures you can think about. I have identified my risk. Now I have to think about what sort of countermeasures I take so that that risk is not there. That means I built up some sort of a security aspect there. So this is whole security framework which is there, which is more or less related to your identity only. If I lose my identity, maybe that's the biggest threat for me. Now, what is the security all about? It's about the people and the process and the technology, because these are 3 things which are involved in our technological world. I can't think of a technology where people are not involved. I can't think of a system where there is no processes there. Can I think about an application where there is no frame processes which are there? So these are the 3 related things which are there in this sort of scenario. We got people, we got processes, we got a technology there. Now, what sort of people we have got? There are all type of users there. They may be layman users, they may be intelligent users, they may be tech savvy users there. But they have to comply with the data security principles. It depends upon what sort of organization you have got. Based on that only, there are principles there through which we do it. Let's say we think about a strong password. Okay, every individual must think of a strong password there, and don't put your password on your mobile there. Because what I do is, once I have to store my password, I try to store it on the I'll try to store it on my system, on my mobile. And in case I lose my mobile, I lose my password also. Then user has to be very careful about the attachments in the emails. Okay, what sort of attachments are there in the emails which you are using? And then we are concerned about the backing up of the data there. What sort of backup system I have got? How secure? Because I may be concerned about my production systems, but I never thought of what sort of backup system I got. Now, then there are processes which are there, which are related to cyber security. Okay, I have to think about some framework. Okay, in case there is some attempted or a successful cyber attack, how to deal with that? Okay, in case somebody attempts a attack upon you, how will you deal with that? Or if there is some successful attack, attempted is he tries to get into your database, but he failed. That's an attempt. But successful cyber attack is in case he gets into your database and in this process he deletes the files. That's a successful cyber attack which is there. So what we have to think about is some framework through which I can guide and explain how to identify the attacks, protect my system, and respond to threats. And in case there is a attack which has happened successfully, how exactly I can recover from there. Let's say you imagine you are first of all you should know you have been attacked, because there can be attack and you never know that you are under attack only. Let's say somebody is taking away your data, you never realize somebody is taking away your data there. So that's what we have to see. In case you are under attack, you are under attack there. So this is what we have to see, how exactly we can think about this sort of responses there. Then we have to think about what sort of technology is there. Okay, we have to think about there are certain technologies there which are there for the protection. Maybe there are certain network firewalls which are there. There are computers there on which we put up some security mechanisms there. Let's say on a computer you put an antivirus software. Why do you put an antivirus software? Yes, somebody can unmute himself. Tell me, why do you put up antiviruses on your computers?
To scan any virus active.
Yes, what you try to do, you try to scan any viruses which are there on your system. Then how do you, because if you look at this, a dynamic process. There are so many viruses which are happening. And daily there is a new virus there. How to protect yourself in that case? Yes, somebody can unmute and tell me. Okay, because
From protection if it is virus extension is known to that antivirus, and maybe the antiviruses are working on those viruses, then we can. But if any new virus is formed, I don't think so, because maybe we have to, then antivirus can also get fails if there is any new virus is entering into the system.
Yes, because what happens is there is signatures for the viruses. Now, what my antivirus people do is, okay, it's a dynamic process. The moment there is any virus which comes over there, there is an antivirus for that, and what it does is, in a dynamic way, it updates that particular signature file there. So that means okay, whatever are the symptoms of this virus, I'll update my signature files and come out of it. Because maybe these viruses are what we get. These are the physical term also. You imagine corona. There are so many versions of this corona coming. Same way in viruses also there are so many signatures which are there. So yes, signatures are just symptoms. Yes, if X happen, Y happen, Z happen, then this is a virus. I have to think about how exactly we have to cure you from that. So this is what we say, okay, you have to think about some mechanism through which you can protect yourself. That's what we see the endpoint devices. Just like a virus scanner is the endpoint for me. Now, same way for the server also, I think about this. And there are smart devices like that. Maybe your routers and other devices, there are smart devices which does all these things. And the cloud, because these days we have got everything upon the cloud. So since everything is upon the cloud only, so what happens is, in case everything is upon the cloud, I have to think about how to protect there. I hope some of you, anyone who has got some idea about the cloud computing, what is the cloud? Can anyone tell me? Yes, one of you can unmute. Whosoever knows cloud. Okay, I could see none of you know the cloud or are not very clear about the cloud. Cloud is basically.
Sir,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Sir, actually, I am Gaurav from Forensic Science.
Huh.
Yes, sir. When like cloud computing is somehow like delivery of some kind of computing service that involves like some networking or software storage server, some kind of database, and ultimately some kind of analytics. We are like we can say some intelligence or artificial intelligence analytics with the help of internet.
Gaurav, to some extent you're correct. Okay, it's basically a model where some third party gives you services.
Yes.
Services in terms of your computing as can be one of the service, your application can be one of the service, your software can be one of the service, your platform can be one of the services. So all this, what we say is, instead of purchasing myself, why can't I hire it? Just like in the earlier days, once I used to have a house, I used to have furniture, everything I purchased myself. But these days, there are sites there from where I can get all furniture there. You pay a rental. Let's say every month you pay 2,000 for the bed. And in case you want it for 3 months, maybe in 6,000 you can have double bed instead of spending 40,000 on that. So this is what we say is the service model where I pay for my uses, whatever service I want. Maybe just like in a house, I need fridge, I need TV, I need a washing machine, I need so many things there. Same way on a computing also, I need different type of things. So that is what we say is the cloud models. Maybe then we have to think about, in case, let's say you imagine you're sending your data somewhere for storage. Then how will I believe in case I give him the data, he will not misuse it, or he will not keep in a secured way. So that's what we say is the cloud security. This is a big area of research which is there. Okay, why should I believe you once I take a services from you? And let's say I kept my data for 6 months at your place. What's the guarantee you will delete the data after 6 months? So that is the biggest threat which is there for cloud computing. Okay, your data can be misused because you're giving it to the third party. You're not keeping it with yourself there. In case the data is sensitive, still you have to think about how exactly I can secure that. So this is what we say. These are the entities which have to protect it. Your endpoint devices, your network, and the cloud. So there are so many technologies which are there. Maybe if you have got a DNS filtering, malware protection, antivirus software, email security solution, all these are nothing but common technology solutions which are there. So that's what we say in cyber security. You got a people, you got a processes, you got technology. These three things combined together give you the cyber security. If either of the thing is missing, you imagine in case people don't believe in security, your processes and technology will go haywire. In case I don't define the processes there, your people and technology will go haywire. But in case I don't have a technology to provide you the security, whatever I do, I'll not get the security there. So this is what we say. Cyber security, your people, your processes and technology are most important component as far as the security is concerned. So why do we say it's a very important thing these days? Maybe 15 years down the line, there were very few little people who used to talk about the cyber security. There are very few people who used to put antiviruses upon their desktop or laptops because they say it's a secured. Just like initially, once Corona came, everyone say, "Hamara kya kar lega?" Because we are strong people. Then once it start attacking you, only then we realize that we have to go vaccinated. And it became a panic there. Same is true over here in cybersecurity. That's what is important, because one of the things is we got a lot of critical data which is there. Critical applications are there where your identity is there. Let's say you imagine all your banking transaction you perform upon your online banking. Maybe 15 years back, it was not there. So that means now it has become a threat for me because I got all my critical data like my finances, I'm storing it there. Now same is true with the medical data. How earlier doctor used to do was, okay, they will write a prescription or your what are you suffering from on your page there, piece of paper, and you take it away. Then you bring it the next day, again you rewrite on the same thing. But now, since we do the digital things, now he is putting everything up on the paper, all the tests which is performing in the digital nature only. So this is another thing, issue which is there. Which is the issue which is there related to the cyber attack. That means in the earlier days, cyber attacks were not very important, but now they have got a importance because there is a lot of important data which is there on your systems. And there are so many financial things though, it's a financial threat for you. Maybe then again your power plants, hospital, financial service companies, they are all dependent upon this sort of infrastructure only. So this is what we say. All these things are the critical infrastructure which are getting affected due to this particular things there. So that's why in case I would like my society to work, I had to keep all these things in the functioning order there. So what sort of threats are there on the cyber security? Phishing, maybe all of you know that phishing is there. Okay, you send the fraudulent emails which resemble to your mails there. Okay, this is what we say is what is their idea? They would like to steal the sensitive data. Maybe your credit card number and the login information can be taken on by that. Maybe you just think of a site which is similar to your site, ICICI site. Yes. Okay. Okay. So this is what we say is the phishing is one of the biggest threat, cyber security threat which is there. Then most of the threats they are in the man in the middle attacks. Maybe what is the man in the middle? In case there is a data being transferred from one end to the other, there may be somebody sitting in between. What is his role? They want you send some data, he steals that particular data. So this is what we say in the man in the middle attacks. So maybe eavesdropping attack is also another type of a man in the middle attack there. So what is being done is the attacker inserts themselves into the two-party transaction, be it your application, be it your data transfer. Because let's say your application is always between a client and a server. And transmission of a data is between sender and a receiver. So in case somebody is able to insert himself into the system and start disrupting the traffic. Maybe in disruption, what he does is he fabricates the data. I don't send him any data. There's no information I'm sending. He fabricates on my behalf, sends it to him. And once the attacker interrupts the traffic, they can filter and steal data from there. Now, where exactly this man in the middle attacks are happening? It's on the unsecured public Wi-Fi. Because if you look at earlier days, we used to have only network there. Now we have got a Wi-Fi there. One we used to say wired network, and now we say is a wireless network. So usually there's one of the unsecured public Wi-Fis which are there. Okay, in case attacker gets into that particular system and user passes on all the information to him and he can steal that particular information. Or there can be some malware which can be inserted into device. Keylogger is one of the things which are putting upon your system. Whatever you type, it goes to the other system there. So that sort of a malware are there. So all these are nothing but a man in the middle attacks. So the phishing, man in the middle attacks, one of the biggest threats as far as cybersecurity is concerned. Then, as I said, malware. Okay, there is a malicious software which we say is a spyware, ransomware, or the viruses and the worms. All of them, they fall under one category there, which we say is a malware. Okay, you can use malware for spying anyone. You can use malware to log some other things there. Or you can, it can be worms, it can be viruses, which can be there on your system there. So how does this malware works? Okay, the moment there is a link there and you click, then all your risky software gets installed over there. Or there is some email attachment there. You open that particular attachment, then that software will get installed there. Now once this sort of a software enter into a system, they block access. That's the first thing they do. Okay, this is what has been used in the ransomware. This was one of the threats which came up very fast, ransomware, where they will block your access to the network or your hard disk, and in process they ask you for money there. There were so many ransomware attacks which has happened there, or install malwares or additional harmful software. Some additional harmful software it installed there. Or what it does is it takes away all your data from the hard drive. your hard disk, and send it somewhere else. Maybe that's what we say spywares. And or it disrupts and renders the system inoperable. So this is another thing which happens. Okay, once it becomes it become inoperative system there. Okay, it disrupts your things. Now, how do they do it? They do it with the social engineering also. What is the social engineering? You get a mail, you have won a 1 lakh rupees lottery. Because you know, by nature, people know a human being is greedy by nature. So why don't you exploit that particular trait of his? Or if I would like to find out your passwords, because most of the people, maybe that's a study which is there are quite a heavy percentage of people, they make use of their surroundings to give the passwords. Be it your name, be his wife's name, husband name, kids' names. Maybe in case I get all your data about your surroundings, then maybe in 100 try or 200 try, I can find out what sort of password you have given. So that's what we say the social engineering aspect. Okay, he tries to see your behavior, psychological, physiological, and then try to do some of these sort of things for you. Then another type of attack is this denial of a service. Let's say you're a legitimate user of a service, but that service is denied to you. So what will happen in that scenario? In case you are a legitimate user of a service, but that service is denied to you, maybe how do they do it? They flood your systems. In case somebody floods your hard disk with all junk storage, you will not find a place to store your things. That's what we say, the flooding of the systems. Maybe your memory can be flooded, your hard disk can be flooded. So all this flooding of system, server, or network with the traffic to exhaust the resources. So idea is they would like to exhaust all the resources which you're having. And in case, let's say I got a certain bandwidth as far as my network is concerned. If I put up a junk data there, then obviously system is not able to fulfill the legitimate request. Let's say there are 100 legitimate users. Each one has been promised some response times. That response time will not be there because there may be some other thing which are happening on your system there. So this is what we say the denial of service. And in case there are a number of people who start attacking one, then it becomes a distributed denial of service. Let's say in case you imagine you are on the BSNL network, the last 100 nodes start attacking you only. So that is another type of attack which is there. Now then another type of attack is SQL injection. Okay, once the software is being developed, I keep something there, or I insert some malicious code into the server where server is able to reveal some information that normally it doesn't do. Okay, what it does is it gives a malicious code through which I can do this sort of actions there. Now then we have got a zero-day exploits. That's a very famous zero-day exploits. Okay, before a solution, let's say before antivirus solution comes, you define, okay, on this particular date, all the system will be formatted. That used to be there is what we say is a zero-day exploits. Okay, they know this is a vulnerability which is there in the, let's say Windows was the one which was attacked so frequently due to this only. Now, what used to happen was, somebody will be able to find out some vulnerability into the Windows, exploit their vulnerability, and say, by using this, he does some action. And then he announces, okay, tomorrow at 5 p.m., all the system will be formatted. Then we have got a DNS tunneling also. There is some port from which some information is communicated over there. Maybe I'm not going to tell of this. So that's what we say. All these are nothing but related to your cyber security only. We did talk to you about all this. Information security, network security, application security, how will this, because how exactly we can go for the disaster recovery there. Then what are the operational security which we have talked about, end user education we have talked about. Then database security is another one. Because let's say all your information for any dynamic process gets stored in your database only. You imagine you have got a database there, but there is somebody is able to fiddle with you network, this network only. Just one sec. So we are talking about this database security. So database security is one aspect where whatever database I got, I have to make it secured also. So how can I make my database secure? In case I put up some sort of a encryption there. Okay, let's say you have got your database. So in case there is a some database there, can you think about encrypting this database? So that even if he takes away your database, still he is never able to infer anything out of it. There are so many standards which is there in the cryptography through which we provide this sort of a security there. So this is what we say as a database security which is related to your cryptography. Then we got something like web security. Let's say you got your website. That used to be one of the threats which is there. Once I make a website, it is vulnerable to some sort of attack. Maybe there are so many examples which has happened. The CBI website got hacked by Pakistani hackers and they put up a flag there, Pakistan Jindabad. So this is what a threat which is there as far as the websites are concerned. You have to take care of this web security there. How exactly I can take off this web security? Then we got a biometric security. Maybe I'll asking one of my student who's working in this biometric security to take you along in this particular area only, biometrics. And then biometric is the one whereby Now you imagine, I can give you the example. In a banking application, you have got all your bank transaction. Once you go to the bank, there are clerks who are sitting, they got their username and the passwords. So there were so many frauds which start happening there. So there are so many frauds which are happening there only. On the website, there are so many, on this particular username or password. So what they found out was, why a clerk will all the time not sit on his terminal. What he does is he gives his username and a password to somebody else. Okay, please, I'm going, just log in into my system and do this transaction. And let's say the fellow to whom he gives these rights, he commits certain fraud. Then who is responsible for that fraud? It is the person who is given this particular information. He says, I have not given. He says, I have not done. But since his login credential has been used for this, so he will be caught for this. So that became a big fraud in banks. So what they did was they thought of going for the biometric security. Now you might have seen in the banks, what they have done is, in case a clerk is there or the banking executive is there, he has to press this, give his thumb impression, only then he can access the banking site. And in case there's another way they have done is, in case he is not able to do something for some time, he will be logged out. So this is what we have got. Okay, that's the next level of security which we talk about. Okay, instead of login and a password, can I think about the other level of the security is there? So that's what we have got, a biometric security there. Now next we have got a cyber forensic. Okay, in case I have got to find out who has done what, we have to do some sort of forensic analysis. Maybe I'll pass it on to Nancy, who's worked with me in PhD, to talk to you about this two very big areas, biometric security and the cyber forensics there. She will be talking to you about.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
So fine.
Now you want access rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me.
It's done, sir.
It's done? Okay, I have
Yes,
stopped
sir.
sharing. Nancy, you can start sharing. Nancy has worked with me. She has completed her PhD along with me only. She has worked in the area of a biometric security. So what Nancy you have to do is you have to talk about this biometric security slightly towards your problem which we were attempting, but more in the general nature, because if I look at most of the people, they are the beginners as far as the security area is concerned. I talked to them about so many areas. Maybe you talk about the biometric security and some aspect of cyber forensics. Fine?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, a very good afternoon to all. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. So I will be discussing about biometric security along with the forensics, that how biometrics is basically used in forensics. So we'll be discussing more about framework, basically for how biometrics and forensics, they are being combined together, how they have been used. So just a minute. So a bit introduction about biometrics. So basically the word biometrics, what is it? It represents biological measurements, which includes physiological as well as behavioral characteristics. Now, if I say physiological, it includes some physical characteristics of a trait like fingerprint, finger impressions, face, iris, the properties of iris. And if I talk about behavioral characteristics, it includes how a person behaves, like gait, which is actually how a person moves, the way of walking, that is the gait. Voice, how the person speak, voice and speech pattern that is being used, how one basically perform its signature, that is also a behavioral characteristic. So all these are come under behavioral modalities. So nowadays we can see that biometrics, it is integrated with numerous applications. You can see it has been used in airport and border security, widely used in time and attendance systems. Also, it is used in forensics and law enforcement for many years, commercial sectors, mobile devices, and also physical access control. So you can see there are a lot of applications involving biometrics. So basically, as I've talked about some of the biometric traits, so among those traits, if we see that fingerprint, that is most prominent biometric trait. We can see a lot of applications involving fingerprints. So, but basically a fingerprint is, it is basically a pattern of ridges and furrows on the surface of a fingertip. Okay, and every fingerprint features that is basically categorized into 3 levels: level 1, level 2, level 3. Basically level 1, they are broad features, which includes what is the flow patterns, and level 2, they are further some minute details in your finger impressions, which includes ridge endings and ridge bifurcations. And further level 3, they are again detailed information, very minute and detailed information regarding your fingerprints. That includes some pores. These are the tiny, as you can see, these are the tiny dots, okay, on the ridges of the fingerprints, some incipient ridges. So they are further minute details. Then, if we see that among these level 3 features, the pores which I have talked about, these are the small dots. So they are basically, they are more important, and they are, as they are present in almost every finger. Next, further जो fingerprints हैं, they are basically categorized into 3 broad categories on the basis of how they are being acquired. So we have rolled fingerprints, plain fingerprints, and latent fingerprints. So we see that rolled fingerprints, in the figure you can see that these rolled fingerprints are obtained by rolling a finger impression, okay, from one side to another, basically in order to capture the entire ridge details. Next, plain fingerprints, they are those finger impressions in which finger is just pressed down on a flat surface. They are not rolled. So in comparison to rolled fingerprints, the plain fingerprints, they contain some less information. Then next, we'll talk about latent fingerprints. These are actually the finger impressions which are accidentally left on the surface. Okay, whenever you touch any object or any surface, your finger impressions get engrossed. Okay, you can see those finger impressions. So these are called the latent fingerprints, which are basically accident leftover impressions. You are not giving them intentionally. So rolled and plain fingerprints, they are obtained intentionally under the supervision of an expert, as you can see in criminal cases or police cases. There's an expert who actually captures your or takes your impressions. And one more example, like in Aadhaar, there is a person who actually guides you that you have to give the impression like this. You might have given impressions using live scan devices. Okay, so all these are intentionally given, and the latent fingerprints, they are left unintentionally, and they are obtained using variety of methods. So they are unintentional prints, they are not directly visible with our naked eye, so they needs to develop. So there are different methods which are being used for developing those latent fingerprints. So I would like to take you towards the fingerprint identification process, a manual process and automated process. So earlier there used to be a manual process for acquiring, storage, feature marking analysis, response generation. So all in earlier times everything is being done manual, but now with the advancement in technologies, now these processes that has been automated, and now the police, the forensic department, the police department, they're able to search the responses, they're able to search the fingerprints in a very less time and in an automated manner. So this is the entire process of a fingerprint identification system. So briefly, I'll take you. The fingerprint impressions, they are actually acquired using some ink technique, yeah, and they are being acquired on a 10-print card. Then they are scanned using digital scanners, or otherwise they are directly scanned using a live scanners. Then they undergo the process of segmentation, which is basically to extract only the fingerprint area and remove the rest of the background area. Then some enhancement techniques they have been applied. Further feature extraction. Then those features, they are matched with the database and the candidate list, which is the potential list of good matches, good fingerprint matches that has been generated. So we can see that according to the NIST report, that most accurate commercial fingerprint matcher, they received rank 1 identification rate of 99%. That means 99% of accuracy has been achieved for identifying plain fingerprints. But if we talk about latent fingerprints, so a lot of challenges are being involved because these are unintentional reproductions. They are not visible to our naked eye. So the latent fingerprints, they are extensively used as a common evidence in crime scene applications. Again, movies and serials, you might have observed that police departments, the forensics people, they actually develop those fingerprints, and that those fingerprints that actually they became a major evidence in solving the crime cases. So if we see these latent fingerprints, a lot of challenges are there. First of all, these latent fingerprints, they are partial fingerprint impressions. They are generally of poor quality. A lot of background noise is available as they are submerged into some other backgrounds, and also they are overlapped. So first of all, for identifying the latent fingerprints, we need to first locate where they are. Then once, so how they are located using some alternate light source, bright light sources or lasers. Then once they are located, then they are being developed in the sense that they are made visible to a naked eye by using some powders, chemical and contactless techniques. Then once they are made visible, then they are captured or lifted using specialized tapes or using cameras, and then they are fed to a digital scanner for digitizing, and then they are being provided as an input to an automated system for conducting the matches. So basically, latent fingerprint identification, if we see that there used to be a manual process which is called ACEV analysis. Basically, ACV is analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. So in this, the entire process is done by a human expert. Okay, first he analyzes the fingerprints. Once it is found suitable, then it compares the finger impressions, find out what are the similarities and dissimilarities between the two impressions, then evaluate, and after the evaluation, another verification is performed by another examiner independently in order to accept or reject the decision which is made by the previous examiner. So this entire process is done manually. But now we have some process got automated, but still in pre-processing, in feature marking, the human intervention is required. Sir, is it fine? Okay, I still will proceed. So So in this area where latent fingerprints, so these are the various research questions which have been framed, that what are the various approaches for developing a latent fingerprint, what are the techniques available for automatically identifying those latent fingerprints, what are the approaches for separating the overlap, as I have seen, as I have told that overlap fingerprints, they are one of the challenges. So what are the approaches for separating the overlap latent fingerprints, for reconstruction and identification of partial latent fingerprints, and what are the different databases available. So for this, an extensive literature survey has been conducted wherein different techniques that have been studied for all these things. Okay, so I'll take to you. Yeah, these are the research gaps, that there is still a need to develop a latent fingerprint database using some optical touchless device. And overlap latent fingerprint separation approaches, they are semi-automated because it usually involves the manual marking of region of interest, which are the different fingerprint areas in an overlap fingerprint. So it requires again manual marking. Then enhancement techniques that needs to be more refined. Then while extracting the features, reliably extracting the features specifically from latent fingerprint is still a challenge, because plain fingerprints, we can easily extract the features because the image is clearly visible. But in case of latent fingerprints, it's another challenge. So basically, a problem statement is we need to develop a overlapped latent fingerprint framework to separate the overlap fingerprints and to reconstruct them using level 2 and level 3 fingerprint features. So I'll take you. So I'll take you to the approaches. First of all, to the approaches for developing latent fingerprints. So first of all, there are different approaches that are available. So this is basically the timeline showing the evolution of various methods. So basically, powders method, chemical, contactless, different methods are available, and it basically depends upon the type of the surface. Okay, there are basically two types of surfaces: porous and non-porous surfaces. So mostly for porous surfaces, which are basically absorbent in nature, the chemicals they are being used. They are being used to develop those latent fingerprints. And for non-porous surfaces, different types of powders, chemicals, and some contactless methods they have been available. So the contactless methods, basically they have an advantage, they have an edge over these powders and chemical methods, because for contactless methods, the evidence will not get destroyed. The evidential value of the fingerprints is of the major concern. So if the powders they are not being used properly, if the chemicals, there are overuse of chemicals takes place, so our evidence may get destroyed. So in those cases, contactless methods are actually help.
Nancy, this is an important slide. You spend a lot of time on this slide only. Okay?
This slide, sir, approaches?
Yeah, this slide. Approaches for developing latent fingerprints. Because they should, at the end of the day, they should carry with them, okay, this is what it is. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So basically, I was telling that approaches for developing the latent fingerprint, it needs to be first we need to identify that from which surface we need to develop those latent fingerprint. Okay, first we need to identify if it is some porous surface like that, if it is some paper, or if it's some spongy surface like that, which has the property to absorb the water, absorb the liquid. So on those surfaces, basically chemicals they have been used. So different types of chemicals: iodine, fuming, silver nitrate, ninhydrin is one of the widely used chemicals for developing fingerprints on paper, physical developer, DFO. So different chemicals they have been used. Then for non-porous surfaces, like you can say a flat, transparent glass surface, wood surface. So on those surfaces, powders methods. So powder methods, they are also available in different colors, different varieties. Okay, so different types of powders they are available. And also another type of a powder is magnetic powders. They use the magnetic properties, so that is also being used. Then next, some chemicals. They are also being used for non-porous surfaces. VMD, vacuum metal deposition, cyanoacrylate fuming is one of the, these are the majorly used chemicals. Then next is contactless methods, which is, as I told you, that they have an edge over others methods because it helps in preserving the evidential value of our, fingerprints. So one of the method is RUBIS. That is, it is called, as you can see here, it is called reflected ultraviolet imaging system. So this method basically works on developing the latent fingerprint using the phenomena of reflection of ultraviolet light. Okay, the fingerprint that develops when the ultraviolet light get reflected from those fingerprint residues, and then we are able to capture. Okay, I'll discuss this in detail in further slides. And then next is the AV scan. It is another a contactless method techniques. Basically, it used on some different radiations. So these are different methods which are available, and basically the primary is it depends upon on which surface you want to acquire. Then next is I would like to take you, this is the entire literature survey which has been conducted. Yeah. So first of all, what we have done is, as we have seen that there is, these are the various databases, okay, which has been used for, widely being used for research in the area of biometrics, particularly fingerprints and forensics. So these are the latent fingerprint databases. So first is NIST SC27, triple IT latent fingerprint, simultaneous latent fingerprint, Singua overlapped, West Virginia latent fingerprint database. So all these databases, this consists of latent fingerprints. So here we can see that in all these fingerprints, level 1, level 2, level 3 features that could be extracted. So in this table, you can see that from these two databases, level 1, level 2, level 3 features could be extracted, but these databases, they are not publicly available. And moreover, all the presently found latent fingerprint databases, they are being captured using the powder method. As I've discussed, all these databases, they are captured using the powdered method. So none of the databases, till our knowledge, is being developed using some touchless technology. So in this regard, what we have done is we have created our own CSRC latent fingerprint touchless database using this reflected ultraviolet imaging system. So this is, in this figure, you can see that this is the entire circuitry of RUBIS device. Okay, so here you can see that this is this one, that is the light source, shortwave UV light source, and these are the spectacles. This is another device which is basically used for locating the finger impressions, that is called the Cyclops. And this is another UV mini light source. This is the camera, and here you can see that this is the major circuitry which helps in developing the latent fingerprint, that is called the imager, and it is mounted on a tripod stand. So first of all, and this is the transparent glass which we have used in our experiment for collecting the database. So for what we have done is, this is the steps which we have followed. First, we have asked an individual subject to basically randomly place their impression on a particular surface. In this case, we have taken this transparent glass. So once an individual subject has once the individual subjects they have placed their impression, so what happens? Then we use the Cyclops device for locating the fingerprint impression on this transparent glass. Okay, we'll use the Cyclops and this mini light source for first locating the fingerprint on this transparent glass. Once it has been located, then we will develop those fingerprints using this imager. We'll bring that transparent glass below this imager, and we'll use this UV light source. And then what will happen when the UV light source will light will fall on the particular fingerprint area, then it gets reflected from that fingerprint residues, and that reflected light, when it goes into the imager, so imager that has a special lens within it, which helps in developing the fingerprint impression, and it can be clearly visible, and then it can be captured using this camera. So this is how this entire Ruvis system works. So here we can see that evidence, a fingerprint evidence which is present at the crime scene, that will not get destroyed. It is touchless technique. And also we have developed a database, ground truth database, using the Verify 300 LC scanner. This is a live scanner, so for developing a ground truth database. So these are the details. So we have acquired a total 666 samples of latent fingerprints. Then here you can see that these are some of the samples. These are the Ruvis samples, and these are the ground truth samples which have been collected through live scanners. And here you can see that even minute details, they are also visible. Minute details of the fingerprints, very minute details. I was talking about level 3 details. Even those details, they are visible through this Ruvis device. And these are some of the overlap samples that have been captured. So out of this, I have this one publications. So next, my work focuses on basically separating the overlap fingerprint. So like I have told that the overlap fingerprint, that is one of the major challenges while dealing with latent fingerprints. So next, I have worked on separating the overlap fingerprints. So basically, we see that overlap fingerprint that needs to be separated before an identification is performed. So all the approaches for separating the overlap fingerprints, that basically requires manual marking of region of interest. Region of interest in this case would be the different fingerprints that have been overlapped. So that needs manual marking. So we need to develop some framework where the entire process of separation that gets automated. So this is the entire framework, proposed frameworks. So first of all, we have this overlap fingerprints. So overlap fingerprints. So in this overlap fingerprints, the bounding box of the individual fingerprint, that is the region of interest, that have been automatically detected using the YOLO framework. And then they undergo pre-processing, wherein the particular fingerprint impression that is being rotated and aligned in order to make it vertically aligned. Then they are further passed on to a unit-based network, which actually helps in separating a particular fingerprint from the rest of the fingerprints. Like this, the blue fingerprint impression, when it goes under this unit-based network, so we can get this blue impression separated out from the rest of the fingerprints. And then another go, you can see that this red impression is being separated out. Then those separated fingerprints, they are being matched with the database to find out the similarity. So first of all, bounding box that have been detecting using the YOLO framework. So YOLO version 3 has been used, and basically in this DARKNET 53 network that has been used as a backbone framework for extracting the features. So what does this YOLO do? It basically takes the entire image in a single instance like this, and it predicts the bounding boxes along with the class probabilities for these boxes. So for training this YOLO network, what I have done is we have taken these samples. For training, we have taken 4,000 samples, validated on 1,000 samples, and finally tested on 500 samples. So these are some of the training samples and testing samples. So basically, the training and validation that has been performed on a Laticom overlap fingerprint database, which has been synthetically created using extended database, that is FBC 2002. Finally, the testing of the network that is being done using our overlap fingerprint database, which is being created in our lab, that is CSRC fingerprint database. Basically, it contains 1001 samples of fingerprints which have been collected using the scanner. So now those fingerprints, they have been pre-processed in order to make these samples overlap. So for making them overlap, what we have done is that each sample is overlapped with every other sample in a with different degrees. Like we have varied the degrees from 15 degree to 90 degree and minus 15 to 90 degrees in order to get the samples of randomly overlapped fingerprints. And further, some salt and pepper noise is also added to the sample in order to create some noisy fingerprint samples. So these are the samples you can see in the images that have been used for training and testing. Then first of all, for training a YOLO network, we need to give some bounding box annotations. Okay, so that has been performed using the label image tool. That is a free and open source tool. So this tool has been used for annotating the bounding boxes for training the YOLO network. These are the snapshots. Then next, these are the details of the hyperparameters that have been used for training the YOLO version 3 network. And then next, the loss during the training. So in this case, YOLO network, the loss is basically the summation of regression, confidence, and classification loss. Regression loss is basically the how well the bounding boxes that have been predicted. Confidence loss is basically that what is the confidence value that it contains in a particular bounding box that contains an object, and classification that the object that has been predicted, it belongs to a particular class. So basically these graphs shows the different losses with respect to number of epochs. So as the number of epochs is increasing, the losses is getting decreased. So our network is getting trained, and this basically shows the total loss over the number of epochs. So next, the performance has been evaluated in terms of precision, recall, and average precision. So precision is basically the actual number of true positives. In my case, the latent fingerprints over the entire predictive true positive, and recall is the actual number of true positive over the total number of the ground truth positive, the actual positives. So we can see that the average precision is lowest at 8th epoch. So the weights of the network at the 8th epoch that has been used for evaluation. So these are the visual results that has been obtained for the YOLO fingerprint detection. So the two we have passed on this. These are the overlap samples, and this is the second. Basically, the column it shows the results of the YOLO network, which has been marked in the red and the blue boxes. The two fingerprints that has been marked by yellow, red and blue boxes. The next stage is pre-processing. So these are the overlap fingerprints. So those boxes which has been detected by the YOLO that has been cropped, and they are being rotated in order to make them vertically aligned. This fingerprint, we need to make it vertically aligned so that this particular fingerprint gets straightened up. And this also, it has been rotated to make it vertically aligned. Then next, once they are pre-processed, then they are being fed to a UNet-based network, that is a deep neural network. So basically, this network separates the central vertically aligned fingerprint from all other fingerprints, as well as the background image in a single inference. So basically, it contains two parts, encoder and decoder. The encoder part is responsible for extracting the features of the target fingerprint. Target fingerprint is a finger impression that we want to separate out, the fingerprint that we are focusing on from the rest of the background. And the decoder part basically works on synthesizing the target fingerprint from the encoded features, the features that have been extracted by the encoder network. So this is again the database that has been used for training, validation, and testing. So these are the table shows the number of images that have been used for training, validation, and testing of the network. So these are the hyperparameters that have been used for training the network. Yeah, so this is basically the graph which shows the loss over the number of epochs, the training and validation, intersection over union. So, the performance has been evaluated by calculating the intersection over union as a metric. So so the graph shows both validation as well as the training IOU. So here you can see the visual results. The first shows overlap fingerprints. The second one shows the separated fingerprints when it has been passed through a unit-based network. So you can see that now a single fingerprint is seen while the rest of the image has been removed, and also the fingerprint has been reconstructed. And the third column basically shows the ground truth fingerprint. You can see that how well the unit-based network is able to develop the separation of the fingerprints. So next, the results of a matching that has been analyzed using rank identification accuracy. So when the overlap fingerprints that have been matched with the database, so 67% accuracy is obtained. And when the separated fingerprints, they are matched with the database, 80.6 accuracy has been obtained. So accuracy is 7% to 80%. So this shows basically the entire results of the proposed framework. We have overlap fingerprints, bounding box that have been detected using the YOLO network. Then they are pre-processed, and finally the unit-based network is able to separate the fingerprints. So next part of my work also focuses on reconstruction of latent fingerprints. So as we can see that in crime scenes, the latent fingerprints found out there, they are actually partial fingerprints. They are not fully developed, they are partial. So sufficient number of features which are actually required to identify the latent fingerprints and might not be available. So in the literature, there are certain approaches wherein CNN, GANs, or other dictionary-based approaches, they are being used in order to fill the missing areas and to reconstruct the latent fingerprint. But all these approaches, they are highly probabilistic in nature, which basically which may result in developing a numerous false features. Okay, and which eventually affects the identification accuracy when they are being matched with the database. So this is the proposed framework that we need not to reconstruct the fingerprints. We need to develop a framework by utilizing the as much features are available in the fingerprints for matching those for matching and identifying those partial fingerprints. So this is the entire framework. So first we have exemplar fingerprint. The exemplar fingerprint is basically a finger impression whose identity we already know that this finger impression belongs to this person. Then this is a partial latent fingerprint which we have obtained from the crime scene. So they undergo pre-processing, minutia extraction, pore extraction. So basically the proposed framework, it shows two processes, enrollment and identification. The dashed line shows the enrollment of exemplar fingerprints in the database. So exemplar fingerprints, they undergo pre-processing, minutia points, these are the features, level 2 features, which has been widely used for identifying. So these are extracted and these are stored in the reference database. Then pores, these are level 3 features, these are extracted and these are stored in the database. Then during identification, which is shown by a solid line, we give a partial latent fingerprints, they are pre-processed, qualities enhanced, then again minutia points are extracted, pores are extracted, and these features, they are matched with all the features which are being stored in the reference database, and correspondingly a minutia score and pore scores are generated. So once these scores are generated, so these are combined in order to generate a combined score. Then further a matching has been performed. So this is a pre-processing where the finger impressions, they are being enhanced. Then minutia extraction, minutia points are extracted, score is generated, pores are extracted, pore scores are generated. And then score level fusion, both these scores, they are being fused using a score level fusion where W is the weight which is given to minutia score, and 1 minus W is the weight which is given to pore scores. And we have developed an algorithm which decides what is an optimum value of the weight W, which can be assigned to minutia score. So this is an algorithm for deciding an optimum value of a weight W that has been developed. So basically it takes both similarity scores, minutia and pore similarity scores of all the partial fingerprints, and then it returns the optimum value of a weight W. So this is the algorithm that have been developed for deciding an optimum value of weight W. So this is the entire experimental setup which is being used for testing this partial fingerprint identification. So we have taken this Ruby samples that we have developed, and we have divided into 9 parts basically to develop partial fingerprint samples. So likewise, so we have total 93 example of fingerprints of rovers, and we have divided into 9 parts. So we have partial latent fingerprint as 837. So also in order to increase the size of our exemplar database, that is the reference database, so we have included other databases also, that poly-UHRF synthetic database, our latent fingerprint, CSRC fingerprint database. So total samples in our reference database is 1982. So performance that has been evaluated in terms of rank identification accuracy, which is actually the identification accuracy, which shows that probability that a subject, a test sample that is identified correctly, at least at rank K. So this is the entire procedure which has been followed to calculate the rank K identification accuracy. Now the results that have been analyzed in the form of minutia, results of minutia extraction, results of pores extraction, score level fusion, and also the result and independent result analysis has been performed with respect to the number of minutia points. So this, you can see the visual results of minutia extractions. It has been shown in this red color. So these are the extracted minutia points from an exemplar fingerprint, which is basically a plain full impression, and these B and C that shows the partial latent fingerprints. So now these are the results. The first table basically shows the rank identification accuracy of partial latent fingerprint using minutia points. Here we are using minutia points, that is level 2 features, and this table shows that around more than 97% of accuracy is achieved at rank 40 and above. But in the case of identifying partial latent fingerprints using minutia points, so identification accuracy actually depends upon how many minutia points are available in a partial fingerprints. So an independent analysis has also been performed with respect to the number of minutia points, and here we can see that if the minutia points are available, more than 5 minutia points are available, so more than 70% of accuracy is being achieved. Then these are the visual results of pores extraction. You can see it in red. These are the pores points, that these are level 3 features. So these are the extracted from exemplar fingerprints as well as from the BNC shows from the partial latent fingerprints. So basically they are the pores point, level 3 features pores, and they have been extracted using the SIFT features. They have been extracted and matched using the SIFT technique. So this is basically the rank. This shows the rank 1 identification accuracy with different parameters of S and R. There are 2 parameters which are being used in SIFT. That is, the S is the scaling parameter and this is the thresholding parameter. So we have varied S and R parameters in order to get at what is the maximum rank 1 accuracy we are obtaining for what values of S and R. So we found that for S, that is 5, and for R thresholding distance, that is 0.7, we are getting the maximum rank 1 identification accuracy. So we have chosen S as 5 and R as 0.7 for rest of the testing. So for rest of the matching of the database, by using those chosen S and R values, this is the rank identification accuracy that we have got. For that is more than 81% of rank accuracy has been obtained for rank 5 as well as for greater than 5. So maximum accuracy is 81.36 that has been obtained. So now if we compare the accuracy of minutiae points with the accuracy of pores, so we can see that the for more than 5, our pores accuracy is greater than 81%. Otherwise, also here they say if we use only minutiae points, so rank 5 accuracy 74.07, and here it is accuracy is 81.36. So this shows that potential use of pores that could be used for identifying partial latent fingerprints where minutiae points are less. So what we have done is we have fused both. We have fused minutiae points also and pores also. And this basically graph shows that we have tested for deciding an optimum value of W. We have tested W on different values and found out that maximum value has been obtained for W.6. So this has been taken as an 0.6 weight value. Weight has been chosen because it shows the maximum rank 1 identification accuracy. So now this basically after doing score level fusion, after combining both pores and minutiae points, these are being fused together. So we can see that this is the rank 1 accuracy we are obtaining. Okay, and this minutiae and pores column that actually shows the percentage increase in accuracy when using score level fusion with respect to accuracy using minutiae. If we are using minutiae points, so our accuracy has been increased by 8.24%. We are using pores, so our score level fusion has increased the accuracy by 7.88%. So we've also plotted the CMC curve in order to visualize the improvement in score level fusions with respect to the minutiae points as well as the pores. So you can see that for score level fusion, has score level fusions, our rank identification accuracy has been increased. So score level fusion certainly boosts the identification accuracy, especially for the lower ranks. Then this another independent analysis has been performed with respect to the number of minutiae points. So these are the number of minutiae points and this is the number of partial images. So here we can see that minutiae, if we see that the number of minutiae points where there are less, there might be some fingerprints, some partial fingerprints which do not have any minutiae points, or they may have only 1 or 2 minutiae points. But it may be easy for you to understand from this image. Like this is a partial image. So basically this partial fingerprint that has no minutiae points. Okay, but here we can see that it has lots of pores, that is level 3 features. So, okay, so if we are able to fuse them, otherwise if we consider only minutiae points as the feature, so we will not be able to identify the partial fingerprint. So, but it also contains a lot of pores, lot of features, in the sense it has lot of pores, so it cannot be even neglected. Okay, so it's good if we can fuse both pores as well as minutiae points. In this image also we have only 2 minutiae points, but here you can see we have a lot of pores. So hence the fusion of both the features that could certainly help in identifying particularly those images, those partial images which have less minutiae points. So basically the result basically shows that pores benefit in identifying partial latent fingerprint, especially when less than 5 minutiae points are available, and there are improvement in identification accuracy when both minutiae points and pore scores they are fused. So yeah, so these are the publications out of my research work. So basically, from my this presentation, it would be I would like to tell that how there's a major applications that how biometrics and forensics they have been integrated. Apart from getting security, it is used in major security applications. Just as we can see that in Aadhaar or some access controls, some database securities. So all these things, all in all these areas, the biometrics can be used as an add-on security in a particular field. So apart from that, so we have seen that how biometrics and forensic that is being aligned, and that is one of the major applications, and how it has been used in the forensics also. So that's all. If any queries, can take up. So that's all from my side.
Okay, Nancy, that's good. That way you have informed them what exactly is the one major area where research is being done over there.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Because I could see there are a lot of comments. It has been nice session, nice presentation. Everyone is happy. So any questions which are there related to my talk which I gave or which Nancy gave over there? Because it must be very exhausting, 2:30 to 4:30. It's a big talk. But still, I would say in case there are any doubts you have got, anything you would like to know from us, we are open to any email, answering any email and other thing in this regard. I think that's all from our side. Dr. Samarveer?
Yes, sir. Participants, if you have any question, then you can ask.
Okay, they're asking my email address.
Sir profile and PAC website. You can just visit computer science department at PAC.
At least I'm sharing my email address. That's what they wanted to have.
Okay, sir.
Okay, anything else you would like to ask? Okay, then Samarveer, then we can close the session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. So, sir, on the behalf of Department of Computer Science and Engineering, I, Samavir Singh, take this opportunity to thank you for sparing time as an expert in this STC. Your talk on cyber security and forensic, a complete framework, was fully informative and enlightening us. So I am sure the participant must have benefited and hope we all incorporate the discussed ideas in near future. So thank you once again, sir. Thank you, Nancy, also for delivering such a wonderful talk. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Samarveer. Thank you, Nancy. It was a wonderful.
Thank you,
sir. Very much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.